The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The Arena of Valor Asian Games version Honor of Kings event will span a total of 6 days, from June 27 to July 2nd. Out of the 5 regions in Asia, South Asia, and West Asia will merge to form a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete individually. Each region will host its own regional competitions. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The East Asia region will witness an exciting battle among 3 teams: People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, China, Macau, China. Who will emerge victorious and claim the top spot? The call to battle has been sounded. Which team will rise above the rest and embark on the journey to the Asian Games? There is only one way to find out.
Greeting from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in East Asia. Lying on the eastern part of the continent and located west of the Pacific Ocean, East Asia is one of the world's most densely populated regions. Esports in East Asia thrive with a well-established ecosystem and many talented and dedicated teams. It is now recognized as an integral part of the region's cultural identity. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, teams from the People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, China, and Macau, China will compete in the arena as one of the 4 great ancient civilizations of the world. China has a long history and has nurtured a diverse culture of esports. Players from all over China will surely put on an unparalleled gaming experience. Victoria Harbor has witnessed the golden age of pop culture in Hong Kong, China, and will observe outstanding performances by its players today. As an international free port, Macau, China is known for its openness and inclusiveness, and this spirit is also reflected in its esports culture. We wish the young players from East Asia, as part of their RDAG journey, promote sportsmanship, compete proudly, and make the most of the 2022 RDAG Regionals.
Six minutes and 30 seconds, at least try their very best to push the game to 10 minutes.
I think Joey is very low in the mana. Maybe Team Kazakhstan will choose to retrieve it a little bit, but Marco Polo went in directly with the ultimate, and he's getting the triple takedowns, quadra one for the team. Surround each other quite tightly. 5-1, 5-0 formation. Let's see the replay from Ronnie.
Ronnie completely takes down Mary Day. Great position, good decision. Now it's going to be Unmei, the one that is going to be taken on 2. Comes in with the first ability, comes with the ulti. Right now, puts target on Sliviatka.
Still online.
Look at that, launch on air.
Oh, that's a
shot.
one.
5 down, comes in by Unmei. Oh, look at that. Ace comes in, flashes his way out of it. THQ comes in with his first ability. He's going to put Kuba on air, but Kuba is going to replete. Ace being taken extremely low. Vampire hooks him down, and he's going to be taken down.
Arc is sneaking into the backliners, directly trying to devastate, and just did all of those damage out. So, Team Kyrgyzstan, from this surrounding, they make it to an ace.
Team Kyrgyzstan really has to figure out one way is how to get this UG down. By using Zhaoring all alone diving in, it's not enough because the second ability got immune all the physical damage for UG, and right now UG is still full in the HP, and Vanguards are here. They're getting on the high ground, taking 1 more turrets down, while UG is still safe enough on the back lines. There's no one who can possibly get in touch with the UG. He's invincible, he's everywhere, he's legendary.
And now Vanguard is still surviving, so actually Jenda already got his triple and even a quarter. Will she make it as a penta?
There's only one left.
I'm really curious on can't wait to
Very close. I think it's a penta.
Another penta, 战到 Team Kazakhstan。
Yeah, the air I bounce, we're heading home. It's loud, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to finding the truth and make the sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got the words to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it up. We'll explore the unknown and the truth we know. You can edit it now, you choose it all. It's contagious, you and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger. This singer era tie by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to finding the truth and in the sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new ones to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. Explore the unknown and the truth that we know. We're waking up, going forward together, finding the freedom in the sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new ones to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. We'll explore the unknown and the truth that we know. We're waking up. The sound. Truth that we know.
大家好，我是中国代表队的打野位选手林恒，然后我的游戏 ID 是暖阳。
大家好，我是来自中国香港代表队的辅助选手林超宇。那我的游戏 ID 是叫做清明。
大家好，我是来自中国澳门代表队的郑路易，游戏 ID 叫 Louis， 我的位置是对抗路。
就我们之前也在进行我们自己的联赛，然后我们也分出来了很多时间去研究亚运正图这个版本嘛，然后了解了里面很多 强势的英雄，然后到底阵容该如何去选择？
带给我的感觉还是很新奇吧，毕竟我之前参加的比赛都是以线上的模式去进行的，那这次亚运征途是以线下的模式去举办，而且呢还是代表中国香港去参加这次的比赛，所以我还是很激动的。
我们这个团队其实从2018年的时候已经组建在一起了，也参加过一些职业的比赛。然后当时因为一些原因，也因为年纪比较大了，所以我们就没再打职业比赛2年多。然后后面因为亚运会这个比赛，我们重新再聚在一起了，所以我们的团队磨合度会比较好一点。
那我感觉我们队的实力是跟澳门是有的一拼的，就是应该能打有来有回的，所以我感觉我们应该能拿个小组第2吧。
我觉得我们这一次的成绩一定能够全胜，然後拿下第1名。
RDAG 我哋嚟啦
！RDAG 我哋嚟啦！
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. I am your caster for today, Isaac Peña.
I am your caster for today, Yushu. And this will be our last day of RDAG Arena of Valor Asian Game version. How time flies.
Yeah, time flies, time flies. In this competition, it's been an amazing 6 days. But let me remind you that this competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV. First of all, let's say thank you to our prestigious sponsor, Audi Q4 e-tron, strong support to the RDAG tournament. special thanks to iQOO11, the official mobile game equipment of the RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control.
We would also like to thank to our official supporter Omen. New Omen 16, new journey to Road to Asian Games 2022. Thank you to official supporter Auto4. Auto4 M6, official gaming chat partner of Road to Asian Games. Be your own hero. Thank you to official supporter East Rock for their support. At the same time, we would also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Video, Channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube and Twitch for their support.
Without every single one of you, this whole competition would be completely different. And thanks to you, we are bringing you day 6 of our competition, right? This is going to be the last day. And today we're going to have the East Asian group.
True. Today we're gonna go for our Group 4, and it will happen between the East Asia region. And actually, in the past few days, 3 groups, the ranking are to be settled.
Yeah.
And actually, we can get a quick review to our previous matchups to make sure that you are already being followed up with our schedule.
Yeah, for sure. Today's matchups are going to be Team China against Team Macau China starting at 2 o'clock. Then right after that, we're going to have Team Macau China against Team Hong Kong China.
And the final game will be Team Hong Kong China play against Team China.
That's going to be really nice to watch, right? Like all these 3 teams, a lot of familiar faces for the 2 of us, right?
Definitely. Take these 2 teams as an example. I would say both Team China and Team Macau China, they're really experienced in this game. So I just can't wait to see them showcase for today's matchup.
Starting lineup for Team China is going to be Zimo, Yang, Hua Juan, Xiaoxi, and Xingyu.
Yeah, actually, like their lineups has always been so stable.
Yeah.
These 5 members have been played for such a long time. It's almost like 2 years right now.
Yeah, it's been a while since they've been cooperating together. On the other side, Team Macau China is going to go with Luis, CHU, Ace, Hope, and Aolin.
For Team Macau China, actually, their lineup would be 4 players with rich experience, and the archer, which would be worth mentioning, would be a new player joining Team Macau China. So I'm really looking forward to the archer, Hope.
It is really nice to see the boys back. You know, like when I just started casting esports, when I just started in our game, I remember one of my first games to cast had CHU, had Aolin, and had Luis in there.
Yeah.
So for me, just seeing them right now in this gigantic stage where they are in this great platform, it just touches a point right over there in the bottom of my heart for sure.
And also, I would say it definitely would be really touching for them, to get back to those journeys and get back to play at the arena. It's going to be a totally different composition. And also, like for them, I would say a lot of things will happen between these 4 and 5 years.
CHU, right over there on your screens right now. Playing right now, he's going to become a jungler.
Yeah, I still remember he was originally playing as the mid laner.
Yeah.
And then he rotated to be the jungler. Even I remember when it was at 2020, he once became the coach of one team.
Yeah, for a period of time, like what he did was just trying to move back, just leaving the stage and then just moving a little bit more in the coaching area. But right now, because of this amazing opportunity that Road to Asian Games 2022 is bringing to everyone, he just decided just to get back in there, get the mobile back, and then just jump into the gorge.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. And I believe that his experience will help Team Macau China, to set more solid strategies and just be really sophisticated about the game.
That might be the one thing that Team Macau China has in their favor, right? Like they, compared to the other teams that we've seen in the previous 5 days, what Team Macau China can bring to the table is years and years of experience competing in this game. That's what they can bring to the table. Just understanding, you know what? Other teams might just be really new to this, but they have years of experience thinking and analyzing compositions.
I know.
That might surprise a lot of people that they're watching right now.
True. And actually, that's going to be the whole point about today's matchup. Because if we trying to say like one team they're really good at doing this game, we definitely need to put Team China on the spotlight.
For sure.
Because like these 5 members, they've been playing together for such a long time. I've mentioned about like maybe they've played together for over 2 years. So the cohesion in Team China would be really perfect.
We gotta be very clear in the fact that Team China are the favorites for this matchup.
Yeah.
Like they're the clear favorites to come in and to try to end up the match in a 2-0 victory. That's what everyone is expecting. Let's see how their opponents are going to react to that.
And I can't wait to see the draw too. Let's just dive right into game 1. Team Macau China stay on the blue side, and for Team China stay at the red.
Nguyen Yang Jing is going to be taking away the
And
same as his lamb.
Yeah.
Full respect towards the player.
Full respect. And also, Guan Yu would be a really nice targeting ban towards Zimo. So we can see that the drafting strategy from Team Macau China would be do a lot of targeting bans and try to lock you up.
Let's wait and see what they're going to do. Like they take Gunsun Lee away from Team China.
Yeah,
that's going to give them a little bit of an advantage. What can they pair that Gunsun Lee with though?
I would say like Boiler would be a really nice choice, or Zhang Fei still be available. So actually a lot of heroes are open to Team Macau China. And for Team China, it seems like first they want to let Zimo play their scene and make sure that they do have a winning lane on the top side of the map.
And right now they're going to have 2 winning lanes, right? Like they're going to have a winning lane on the top and they're going to winning lane in the middle, because Kali, the only option that they have on the other side to equal the speed of Kali might be throw you.
Yeah. And also like from the first 2 picks from Team China, I always say they try to build up a typical 2-core playing style.
Yes.
So they will have the jungler and also the archer to be their core player.
Let's wait and see. Boiler is going to be the option for support for Team China. Either Sun Shanxiang or Marco Polo would be good options right now for them.
I would name for Sun Shanxiang, I would say. Yeah, because especially when they take out this Kaiser as the jungler, I would say they need some burst damage to be done. And Sun Shanxiang just can't take that responsibility.
Let's wait and see. Everything points in that direction, and yeah, that's going to be a lock, right?
Yeah.
Sun Shanxiang together with Boiler, one of the highest win rate combo that we've had in this competition. That's going to be difficult for Team Macau China just to defend in the early stages of the game.
Actually, you know, if we compare these 2 comps together, I would say Team Macau China, they should have a early or mid game playing style. Instead, for Team China, actually, because the Sun Shanxiang would quite be a late game playing style archer, so they got time to wait.
Okay, let's wait and see what's gonna happen. CHU on that Kricknack gonna have to take control of not only the vision but the rotations.
Yeah.
Like his pathing is going to decide what Team Macau China is going to do. In the moment that he's going to land into 4, what is it going to happen? Is it going to be on the confronting lane? Is it going to start on the farming lane? What do you think his decision is going to be?
I would say for Kricknack, for CHU, this time his passing route would be a regular opening, and then maybe just, you know, rotate to the top side of the map and try to gain more gold. That's the key point if you want to play Kricknack well. You need to farm much more faster than Kaiser, which Noyan's playing right now.
All right, let's wait and see what's going to happen. Team China has a very good option just to invade in the first minute and try to slow down CHU's pace. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this is going to be our game 1 in the matchup between Team Macau China and Team China. On the blue side, Team Macau China. On the red side, Team China.
There's gonna be such a big focus to all of our audience. And I'm really looking forward to their very first showcases for both teams.
Look at that. Kricknack decides to start with his red, but it's going to be Team China, the ones that they're going to put eyes on his jungle.
small harass into their opponent's jungle.
That's gonna be painful for him.
Yeah, that's what we said. Like CHU, he chose to start at the regular passing. So he's just gonna jungle from the red side to the blue buff side, and actually that just led Team China to seize the moment and try to do a lot of harass.
Katsumo being taken to half of his HP. One of the good decisions from Team MACAU China that you will see in this game is gonna be that they're not gonna try to engage that quickly and just in a crazily fast manner, right?
Yeah.
Their decisions are gonna be a little bit more careful. They understand that an early mistake in the first minutes of the game might just be the opportunity that Team China needs.
Yes. So for Team MACAU China, the first mission for them would be try to slow down and disengage and try to gain themselves more time for CHU to form up.
Already in level 4, CHU with his ultimate available. Let's try to rotate our eyes a little bit to the farming lane. Look at that, Gun Sun Li putting so much pressure on Sun Shanxiang, forcing Xiaoxi to go under the turret.
It's because of the summoner ability that both Archer carries help Hope to gain such an advantage in the laning phase.
And see, Hope comes in. He does not have the Anger of the Land available. It's going to be the first takedown. Chu is going to fall. CHU falls, and it's going to be a 1-0 trade for Team China.
First takedown goes over to Nuanyang's Kaiser. You know, it's really interesting to analyze different junglers because the Kaiser, which Nuanyang chose, is quite tanky. And he's more like a warrior player than a Quickneck, which CHU is using right now.
Yeah, more like an assassin kind of jungler, right?
Yeah. So like the position and also like the kind of character which they are carrying in that team will be totally different.
Rotation over here to the farming lane. Stunned. Aolin still doesn't have his ulti available. He's putting his hands together, waiting for that level 4.
So actually this stun is used to try to stop all of those attacks and try to protect Hope. That would be a really nice trade for Team China.
Moving right live in mid lane. Ace having a very good work at trying to control Huajuan's positioning, right?
Yeah.
That's why we talked about, like, in the moment that we saw Team China choose that Kali, Team MACAU China needed to go for the throw you option.
True. So these two mid laners just confront each other.
Comes in with the flash. Yang comes in for the second initiation. Chu is taken extremely low. Luis is going to get under the turret. Huajuan does not have the ability to run away, and it's going to force Ace to flash his way out of it.
We can see CHU try his best, try to chase down Huajuan, since Huajuan just goes really deep into the jungle. But we can see Huajuan is playing quite aggressive way. That was a flash trade for both mid laner.
Rotation to farm. Yang controlling the resources, already level 8. An advantage compared to his opponent CHU.
The thing is, once Nuanyang got those gold lead and also level lead, and because of his playing this Kaiser, he's just going to be really dominating in the mid game. Once Kaiser break his ultimate, it will help them to, you know, absorbing more damage, and that's going to be a really tricky hero for those members from Team MACAU China to deal with.
All-in trying to force Xiaoxi's flash away, but Xiaoxi can just stumble away out of the fight.
3,000 gold lead can already be seen. It goes over to Team China, and now they're just keep invading to their opponent's blue side. Here comes CHU again. Try to swoop down. Nice ulti by Zhang Fei. He tried to protect his allies, but the problem is CHU just going too deep. He's been taken down.
CHU jumps in between 3 members of Team China. Without the burst damage in this early game, like only 5 minutes of the game, I do not think that CHU was going to be able to get someone back out of that.
Especially he still got items in deficit. And for heroes like Quickneck, the active tournament or Siege Breaker would be crucial to this hero.
Team China are going to claim this farm lane turret. Hope trying to protect it. He's not going to be successful at it.
Yeah.
Rotation right now to the Behemoth.
The Behemoth, I believe, will be a easy take. Goes over to Team China. And we can see after 4 minutes mark, actually Team China is trying to accelerate their pace.
Trying to accelerate, Nanyang is taking extremely low.
Watch the mid lane. There's minion waves, and Team China find a really nice position. We can see how they are really good at doing those splat push.
Of course, they lure you into protecting your red buff, knowing that if I do not take the red buff immediately, you won't have your abilities to protect the turret.
Yeah.
Sumo comes in one more time. Quadrant has his eyes on CHU. CHU is going to leave, and it's going to leave this on the confronting lane. It's going to be numbers for Team China.
Another trade. That was Xinyu's flash trade for Ace. And because Ace has been taken down, there's no one can guard the mid lane tower from Team MACAU China. Do you see like how high tempo it was in the past 2 minutes? Like right after 4 minutes mark, actually Team China, they are just accelerate their pace and try to keep pushing forward and keep doing those invasions.
What they're always waiting for is just for Sumo to have an opportunity, right?
Yeah,
They know that Thane in this patch, due to its design and the way that its abilities work, like can just jump in and then use the ultimate and immediately decimate their opponents.
True. And also the ulti that Thane has can allow him to get avoid of those fatal strike. Check the position from the mini-map.
Thane, he's got his flash available as well. No rush from Team China to take this turret. They know that they've got priority in every single lane.
True. Especially even add up with Tai's passive, which allow them to gain more extra gold. Actually build quite a significant gold difference right now. 6,000 gold difference. That's quite a lot in the mid-game.
Hope trying to protect.
Red
Team MACAU
Knight.
China need to be very careful. Look at that. CHU jumps in on Huajun. Huajun tries to run away. He's going to flash out. Sumo comes to his support. He's going to poke him down. Flashes in and takes CHU down.
That was a really nice try from CHU. He tried to do some ambush, but the problem is the gold difference is really significant.
Look at that. Nanyang is going to proc his ult. He's going to try to take on both Hope and Luis. Nanyang comes in, pokes in once and twice. The Anger of the Land is going to be proc, but he's going to have to retrieve.
We can see how tanky Nanyang and Zumo is. Like, they are just being really tanky. Thane's passive and also Kaiser's ultimate allow them to, you know, gain a lot of vision control for their own team.
Look at that. It's not like even that it's slow. It's just like very high pace. No mistakes whatsoever. Cleaning the way first and then engaging. Owlin is going to be the next one to fall, giving Team China a 20 seconds more power play.
I mean, like from the replay, actually CHU did a really nice try, but the problem is like the item isn't crucial. And I do love the way how Zumo using his first ability and try to protect his ally.
Look at that. Nanyang knows that with Invincible Warrior proc on, he's invincible indeed. He comes in from behind and takes one of the core players from Team MACAU China.
Team MACAU China, there's only 3 people remaining currently, and now Team China try to close out the game. Chelsea just flash in, gain another unstoppable.
They want to finish this. It's going to be only CHU and Owlin, the ones that they can protect this. Owlin still does not have his ult available, does not have an opportunity. Being pushed around, and it's going to be game for Team China.
Congratulations to Team China. Win out Team MACAU China for Game 1.
Great decisions in here, great pace. A very intense and very quick game, right?
Yeah.
Very high tempo. Team China just completely stepping on the gas, pushing forward without allowing any chance just for a comeback.
True. You can see like how tight it was and all of those rotations, and we can see actually individual members from Team China actually just showed up their own character, their own responsibility in this comp. They have a really deep and clear understanding towards the comp.
Yeah.
They know that how to execute it perfectly.
You talked about the synergy in between them, right? It's not only in the moment of just like pushing in and attacking, but in the moment to have to come back and try to defend a little bit, right?
True.
CHU in a couple times in the game jumps in well onto one of the members from Team China, but then the other supports always come into the rescue.
True. I mean, like during the team fight, the position in those surroundings, every single member from Team China would arriving right on time. And also, like during the laning phase or during the farming phase, I would say actually a lot of things are happening simultaneously on the battlefield. You can see like people from Team China like sent in groups to take down all of those neutral objectives, and at the same time, Sun Shangxiang, Qiao Xi would always be there farming himself alone. So actually, he got such a great goal difference towards Hope.
Yeah, of course, for Team MACAU China, they needed to focus a little bit more on trying to allow that Gongsun Li to have a bit more of an advantage. But from the composition, that is one of the reasons why Boiler has been banned so much in this whole competition, no?
True.
Just the meta right now tells you that Boiler is a top pick.
True. And I would say maybe for the next game, the drafting would be changed a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially for Team MACAU China. We can see like from game 1's drafting, they do have their targeting bans on Zemo and also especially for Nuanyang, right? A double core junglers has been banned away, but they still need to do something to the spoiler.
But that's the problem, right? Like, you cannot just ban everything away.
Yeah.
Like, if you do not allow Nuanyang, like, there are two bans that they need to be there. Qing and Lam, right?
Yeah.
Those two need to be out of the mix.
Definitely.
But then after that, you still allow the Kaiser with Thane out there. How do you respond to that?
I would say like if Team MACAU China, they still choose to stay on the blue side, maybe they can just take away this Kaiser or take away that boiler. That depends. And we can see this game, our LD Super A player belongs to Qiao Xi, Sun Shangxiang.
KDA of 6-0-1. Great participation rate. And the damage dealt was as well like, very, very good.
And also like from the drafting, we can see Team China, they choose to let their archer, let Qiao Xi to have the final pick. And like the preceding picks already show that they try to play around Qiao Xi, try to let him to do those burst damage and let him to carry the team. So that's the reason why they take out this Sun Shangxiang at their final pick.
One of the very good strengths from Team China is going to be their ability from all the different players to become the core of the composition, so you do not actually depend on only one person.
True.
1-0 the advantage right now for Team China. We're going to go for a little break and then we're going to be back.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Yeah, the air I bounce, we're heading home. It's loud, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together, fighting the truth and make a sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new worlds to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it up. We'll explore the unknown and the truth we know. You can edit it now, you choose it all. It's contagious, you and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era tie by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together, to fighting the truth and make the sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new ones to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. Explore the unknown and the truth that we know. We're waking up, going forward together, fighting the truth and make the sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new worlds to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. We'll explore the unknown and the truth that we know. We're waking up.
Welcome back to Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. This is going to be our game 2 in this matchup between Team China and Team MACAU China.
And we just saw that Team China won the first game, and it was quite a quick game, I would say. And we can see how high tempo it was for Team China to execute their comp. And that's something for Team MACAU China that need to be worried for game 2.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it was very nice to see the way of the execution of the decisions and how it just pushed everything back really really quickly. Now, talking about that, who do you think is going to be Team China main player for this game 2?
For game 2?
Who do you think is going to be?
Well, I would say if Team MACAU China still hold the exactly same bans, then maybe Team China will be stick to their own comp, right? They will still let Chelsea to play Sun Shangxiang and to see if they can complete that Sun Shangxiang plus Boyle combo or not. Because that duel actually would be really devastating, right? The passive that Boyle will have actually will help Sun Shangxiang to get ahead of his opponents and let them to forming up quicker.
All right, I could see that happening. I do believe that either Jing or Lam is going to be available for Nuanyang, so I think that he's going to decide this time to go into an assassin jungler. I do believe that is what
jungler.
Yeah, that's what I believe that should happen, right? Like we know that Nuanyang is really good on that kind of specific composition, and just giving him the option. They already 1-0 and they're on the lead. Giving him that option might be a good decision for them.
Yeah, still like there's a lot of heroes left for Team China because they actually won't be worried about their hero pools. So the versatility is something that we are looking forward to seeing, right? From Team China. And for Team MACAU China, I would say they are doing quite a good job on their drafting, and also at the same time they're doing quite a good job during the lanings. Even like I remember around like 1 or 2 minutes, Hope by using his summoner skills, actually he did a really nice HP trade towards Chelsea's Sun Shangxiang. So it's only about after the laning phase has been closed out, how they're gonna defend all of those invasions.
Of course, the micro decisions are fine. Now coming to the macro of the game, the tactics and the strategy, how compact their composition can be. That's what's going to decide if this is going to be a little bit of a longer game or even if they are able to take the victory.
True. So in that case, I would say maybe instead of give CHU the quick knock, what about give him something would be much more stronger in the early game? For example, let him to play the Xiaohodun, or let him to play the Kaiser, you know, picking up some tanky junglers and let them to guard their own resources first, and then try to prioritize the Archer at the same time.
We can start seeing already this match 2 bans. First round of bans is already gone. King and Lam still not available for Nuanyang.
Definitely won't let Nuanyang to use all of those assassin junglers to showcase.
Ooh, they banned the Kaiser. Kunsun Lee is gone, so that means that Guan Yu is available for Team China.
Guan Yu would be available, Boiler would be available, and also Xiaohodun would be a really nice choice for both teams.
I think that Team China needs to ban that Xiaohodun right now. They do not want Xiaohodun to be available for Team MACAU China on the other side.
Boiler has been banned away, so what about just pick this Xiaohodun to flex?
Xiaohodun, Guan Yu.
Guan Yu is now available for Zimu. Actually, you know, Guan Yu is one of those heroes which Zimu is, he's like one of his best heroes.
Of course. Like when you're a player and you come to this level, there's like 2 or 3 heroes that you know that, okay, these are my heroes.
Yes.
Regardless of the patch, no matter how the meta works or how it changes, that's going to be always for you.
Yeah.
And that Guan Yu is a very clear option paired with Raz.
Wow, and I do like how these two teams actually are picking right now, because both teams go for those assassin mage. It was quite rare, I would say, in this patch to see 2 assassin mages play against each other.
Yeah, assassin mages have not been.
Utility mages.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of utility mages, someone just to clean the wave quickly and then just to start rotating.
Yeah.
Right now for these 2, I do believe that it's going to be Shangguan Mar, the one that's going to have a little bit of the advantage cleaning the wave.
True. And also, Shangguan is one of those assassin mage which is who would not be item dependent. Instead, after Shangguan upgrade to level 4, once she had her ulti available,
That's
she's
the
just
Q.
gonna cause
That's
a
the
huge
Q.
amount of damage.
1 minute, in between 1 minute and 45 and 2 minutes 15, that is the moment for Shangguan just to either go and try to gank on the top or try to gank on the bottom.
True. And I got that kind of feeling that these two teams are actually choosing those combo which are going to be really explosive. A lot of team fight, a lot of skirmishes will be witnessed during the whole game.
Chelsea
A
on
lot.
Marco Polo.
Yes, Marco Polo again. Marco Polo is always going to be those kind of archer we would put under the spotlight. The team fight from both teams that will be really visually stunning, I would say.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. It's going to be the second initiation is going to come to Team China. Just having that Guan Yu waiting in the back. He doesn't even need to initiate. Like,
True.
Zemo just needs to wait a little bit. They're tanky enough. Ata and Tranfei are tanky enough just to initiate, start the battle, not having the numbers.
Yeah.
But if Team MACAU cannot get rid of Chelsea's Marco Polo easily and quickly, Guan Yu's gonna come in from the back line and then he's just going to do whatever he wants.
Yes, like the timing, which Guan Yu will be held on, matters a lot throughout the game. And the opening set is quite interesting that it seems like Team China tried to steal away the blue buff from Team MACAU China.
Yes, exactly. They know that Xiao Dun does not have the speed to be able to quickly clean the jungle and then just move back. Ata comes in, is going to use his smite and then completely controls that, allowing Team China to be able to slow down that first battle that we mentioned of the level 4s.
True, because after this blue buff has been stolen away, it will be a bit late for Team MACAU China to upgrade to level 4. Lack of the experience for sure. And you can see like how sophisticated Team China was.
Yep.
Try to execute their comp. They just sent Ata and Guan Yu in unit and steal that blue buff away. Even like for Team MACAU China, they didn't notice that the blue buff has been taken away. There's no vision has been offered to the jungler.
Correct. CHU still in level 3, does not have an opportunity right now with this minion wave to try to put pressure over there in the top lane. So he's just gonna have to move back.
True. And also, he's gonna share the experience from the top side of the map, those
Exactly.
minions.
Shares experience with Luis. Ace still not level 4.
Outsy already.
And Yan jumps in, stumbles in, sends CHU back. He's going to stop his way out and he forces his ultimate to run away.
You know, actually both comp are really a 1-1 game, you know.
Yeah.
Like, at the bottom side of the map, I would say it would be quite peaceful. And they're just going to do some ability trades and HP trades. But just check the upper side of the map because of the tankiness that both comp has and also those burst damage that they have. So they're just going to skirmish a lot.
Look at that, Chassis spending his ult first, pushing Hope back, his back foot.
Like, one thing for Marco Polo is that the damage out in the early game won't be enough. At least you need to have Doomsday and check the mid lane. Everyone just aiming at this Shangguan. First takedown goes over to Huajun's Raz.
That's the thing about Ace's Shangguan. Like, if he comes in a 1v1, he might be able to take a person out. But since it's going to be 3 people just taking in the damage, they can just share the damage.
True.
They share in the damage and that's it. Not lethal right now without any items. He decides still to just jump. As he falls down, it was a 1v3, nothing for him to do.
Because like his landing position will already be foreseen by Team China. Just wait there.
Chelsea forcing Lumber and Fang back under their turret, taking control of every single river sprite in here.
True. And it's all about those river sprite and also some of the jungles from Team MACAU China led Team China to have those gold leads.
Yep. Nayan taking control. of the jungle, already level 7. Owling on his level 4, almost level 5. He's gonna proc his Armageddon. Coming out, Wanyang is gonna be surrounded by all 3 members of Team Macau China. But right now the counter attack is on. Zemo is going to force Luis to use his ulti. Now he's going to move back to Hope, and it's going to be a 1-to-1 trade.
Those junglers did a 1-1 trade. Both junglers tried to use their tankiness and try to bring more vision control to their own team. But after both junglers are out of the battlefield, you can see Team China, they just try to steal away this blue buff again since Xinyu is carrying the smite.
Kanfei carrying the smite, it is gonna be such a big problem for CHU.
Yeah.
CHU just won't have an opportunity to protect his jungle. It's going to be Wanyang coming in, just stumbling, knowing that he is tanky enough just to jump in and just get out of there.
Like there's only one smite carried from Team Macau China, so how could CHU to contest double smites from Team China? Especially both smites are on those tankies.
Let's wait and see. CHU comes in.
Check Huajuan's position. Nice gank. Purify has been forced out. Tried to jump into the sky and she just get away of this gank and even seduced Zemo to come in. Zemo has been taken down.
Oh, that was really good comeback from Team Macau China. Huajuan thought that he had a clear takedown in there, and sadly the damage was not enough. Right now Team Macau China turns things around, showing that they're still game.
True. Team Macau China, just like we said, actually their raw mechanics are quite good. It's more like after they pick this Huajuan as their jungler, they won't be that worried about a lot of ganks.
Oh, Hope is going to be surrounded by 3 members under the turret.
Yeah.
Xinyu had his ultimate available and there was nothing for him to do.
And now 6 minutes. Team Macau China try to do some tower trades.
Ace jumps in. Zemo is gonna have to jump over the wall. A 2v1 that sends CHU back.
That was chaotic. Everyone just trying to make a lot of things happen at the same time. All over the map, we can see upper side of the map, bottom side of the map, even jungles, even those camps. A lot of heroes just trying to do the solos.
Nothing that they could have done in there. They thought that they had an easy takedown on Zemo as they just ganked him in 2v1. But Zemo just decided to jump over the wall and then just run away.
That's one of the biggest feature that Guan Yu has, like the mobility, right? The mobility and also his second ability allow him to purify a lot of debuffs, help him to get away about a lot of surroundings.
Then Xinyu has his ulti available as a target on Hope.
He's waiting.
Back.
He's waiting. He's waiting for the Q, and the Q would be Zemo's position.
Yeah.
Like we can clearly see the positioning from the mini-map that actually Team China, they try to get the whole control of the map and try to, you know, pushing forward and gain more neutral objectives.
Look at that, one more time. Putting pressure over here under the turret. Now Zemo and Huajuan trying to spot where CHU is. Ace waiting in the bush, comes in to support him in his escape.
Ace is under such a great pressure. Wow, again, Hope. He's really suffering right now.
Comes in, and then it's going to be a double takedown over there in the mid lane. And right now the target is going to be the turrets on the sides.
You know, actually, like from two comp that Team China has selected as so far, every single game was carried by individual player. Last game we saw their junglers, we saw their archer, and this time the mid lane and also their front laners take responsibility.
CHU sent back. He thought that he could counter-attack, but Zemo's damage right now it's just too high.
True. And also, Guan Yu is too daft enough to let them stop him. There's no way for you to stop Guan Yu if he really wants to, you know, just step in and do a lot of harass. Try to cut you off.
You need to slow down Guan Yu, right? And that's the idea, that the slower that hero is going to be moving, then the the higher the inability that is going to be for him just to try to escape or deal damage.
Yeah.
So they need to slow Guan Yu down. That's why you can see that that hero is always on the move. Even when it is just standing in the bush, it's never stopping. It's never just still.
You need to gain your movement speed.
Yeah.
And let you to, you know, be put into that charging mode instead of just like normal mode. For Team Macau China, I do believe that actually they want to disengage at current time.
Yeah.
It's only because Team China, they're just, you know, constantly pushing forward and allowed you to disengage. A little second ability down by Huazhen. Let him get another takedown and check the most position come from the rear and got another takedown for Team China.
The pressure is on as the minions are going to start putting some more pressure. We have minions in the bottom lane and we have minions in the middle lane as well.
Then I would say the biggest shortage for comp that Team Macau China selected would be how they're gonna be able to clean up all those minion waves. Because these kind of comp, if they want to come back, make some comeback, they need to fight.
Oh, Ace completely disappearing from the map immediately. And right now the high ground turrets are under a lot of pressure. Owlin is going to try to come in, gets the vision. Luis jumps in trying to take the minions down, but the turret is going to fall.
Now 5 members with such healthy HP bars, it seems like Team China tried to utilize those minion waves, and even more they try to take another dragon our side.
But you see the decision of just like pushing back.
Yeah.
Like they knew that they had the opportunity just to keep just pushing forward. But they don't have to. They do not have any pressure just to finish the game right now. They're rather just moving back and going for the neutral objectives.
The discipline, I would say. Like, it seems like they do have a clear shot caller, right? Everyone said we already earned enough, and let's see! Another crucial takeaway! Reclaim the Dark Behemoths! It will help Team Macau China to have some relief, I would say. And let's check the battlefield. It seems like Marco Polo is doing a really great job. Everyone just aiming at this Lu Bu. Lu Bu has been taken down, and double qual goes over to Chao Shi.
Now the minions coming in for the bottom lane. There's going to be bad news for them. Xingyu still has his ulti available. Comes in, Chao Shi is going to force Hope just to go under the crystal, and then he's going to fall in the fountain.
And now there's only one member from Team Macau China still surviving, but unfortunately Owlin has been taken down, but he's gaining enough time for CHU to back to life.
CHU right now is going to be the last hope of Team Macau China just to keep this game alive. ACE is coming in as well. Ace and Chu are going to have to do this.
All of those high ground tower has been taken down by Team China, and again they try to back up, they try to solidify their advantages.
Yeah, it was a great movement by CHU when he came in, using his all HP just to jump in and take the Dark Behemoth away from Team China.
Yeah, like he just totally dedicated himself into those jungles, and he know that he need to sacrifice himself, you know. It was a try, so he just take it, reclaim it, and buy more time for Team Macau China.
Just buying a little time. That's important as well, right? Like as long as everyone is in there, like you will be able to see that there's always hope.
True.
Try to force a mistake. The problem is that I don't see any mistake happening right now. I see the composition from Team China just being so solid.
Not even mention to the burst damage is totally ready.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be the cue for Team China.
The minions come in. It's going to be the Fallen God from Luis trying to clean the wave. Ace is going to fall. Now Squadron, the one's going to be taken extremely low. The Shadow Fangers coming in. The Fangers are trying to take the turret. Owlin comes back trying to clean the wave, but it's going to be lethal damage coming in from Team China and taking the second victory of the game.
Nice game. Another beautiful game we can see played by Team China, because like this time they go for a totally different comp, and actually when they're playing with different playing style heroes, they still can show us their mastery towards like individual heroes.
Yeah, of course. Like they allowed that Guan Yu in there, and that was a very big mistake.
Yeah,
Allowing
I know.
that Guan Yu in there was a huge bet that did not pay for Team MACAU China. I'm so sorry for them because the way that Zemo played, the way that he came in from the sides or from the back, kind of like just surrounded the whole Team MACAU China.
True. Like, it's gonna be really annoyed if you really want to, pushing forward, want to fight back, but you still need to watch out that Guan Yu.
Yeah.
Who's gonna take the responsibility to watch out Guan Yu? So that's gonna be really difficult for Team MACAU China to balance all of those visions, all of those control abilities. There's no like specific one target for them to putting all of this burst damage on.
Of course.
Yeah. So.
The way that Raz was played as well, right? Like just the assassin mage that we had to see in the mid lane, coming in, just waiting in the bush, coming, dealing burst damage, and just running away.
Yes.
It's not a matter of just staying there in the fight. It's just coming in, do what you need to do, and then just push back. It happened multiple times that Raz came in, dealt a lot of damage, and then disappeared just for Nuanyang and for Zemo to come in and just take the takedown.
True. I mean, like the mobility that Raz has allow Huajuan to, tumble in and get out easily. And also, like he tried to hide his vision into some bush and try to do some really nice trap towards his opponents. So he's definitely gonna be one of those carries from Team China.
This one here at the beginning of the game, Ace just thinking that he had a lot more damage, but yeah, was actually available.
And actually, that was a blind charge, I would say, because there's no vision was offered to Ace at that time. And that crucial theft, I would say, it would be one of those highlights from CHU. And the last team fight was chaotic, but we constantly see Raz take this legendary, take those godlikes, and that's something to do with this hero. He's going to be really devastating, really dominating after he got several items.
As long as Raz is in the battlefield, everyone is just going to be under a lot of pressure, right? Because they know that it could just be in any place. It could be in the bush, it could be coming from behind. As you push forward, you do not know, and then you start hesitating.
True.
Just the presence of the hero there just makes the game completely different.
So actually, you see, like here's the question for this comp is that there's too many things for Team MACAU China to watch. There's too many things, and it's quite like overwhelming. And also how they're gonna contest this Raz. And of course, Huajuan, this Raz will be our Audi Super A player for Game T.
Audi Super A player from Team China, Huajuan, KDA of 8, 1, and 6. Coming in, dealing damage, moving back. It was a great tutorial for everyone watching the game right now on how this hero is supposed to be played.
Yes, and it was quite stunning for his statistics showing by his takedown participation percentage because it was up to almost like 70%. That's a lot, quite a lot. It's not only about the burst damage he can do, but also the soft CC that he can do, and also like the poking damage.
The poking damage as well, right? Like it's just the dynamic and the design of the heroes and the decisions made by the players during the game just decide who's going to be victorious at the end or not.
True.
Well, let's move forward with our after-match interviews. Let's see who's there with Jacob.
All right, thank you, casters. Welcome to the interview. I'm your host, Jacko, and now we have Nuanyang, the jungler from Team China. 大家好，欢迎来到采访席，我是嘉豪。现在站在我旁边是来自中国代表队的打野位选手Nuanyang，来跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是中国代表队的暖阳。
Okay, welcome. So congratulations for 2-0 winning this game. It seems your team already adapt to this tournament. What do you think? 就是首先恭喜中国代表队2-0赢下本场的比赛。然后看起来目前中国代表队已经非常适应这个赛场了。你是怎么想的呢，暖阳？
我们也针对这个版本就是做了很大的研究吧。然后这几天也看了很多场上的比赛嘛。
Okay, we target on this meta and we do a lot of research and we watch a lot of video from these days. So they already adapt to this tournament. So you play 2 tank heroes as a jungler. Is that the tank jungler is more aggressive than the assassin jungler in this meta? 就是你在这两场比赛都是使用了坦克进行打野啊，那是否您是觉得，目前这个版本来看呢，坦克打野它是要比刺客打野更强势一些呢？
其实这两场主要是，比较强势的2个刺客野是被对方ban掉了嘛。然后的话，坦克其实在这个版本算是非常强势的。
The answer is yes. The tank hero, the tank jungler is more aggressive than the assassin jungler in this matter. And by the way, the true aggressive assassin jungler was banned by his opponent, so that's a target ban. So the next question is, the next game you still have that confidence to win? 就下一场比赛，你是否仍然有这个信心可以赢下来呢？
有的，我们每一场比赛都很有信心。
Yes, every game they have the confidence to defeat their opponents. Okay, thank you for the interview. 感谢暖人接受我的采访。Let's go back to the caster. 我们稍作休息，马上回来。Let's take a break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Welcome back. This is the Road to Asian Games 2022, where we are now at the Arena of Valor Asian Games version competitions. And I'm Taemin Gao. Nice to see you guys again.
I'm today's caster, I'm Yixue, and this is gonna be our second matchup. Happened from Group 4.
Yes.
And this is gonna be Team Macau China play against Team Hong Kong China.
From yesterday, I've been mentioned this for several times. We've been waiting for this game and this group to be kick off for quite a long time because these three teams from East Asian regional groups have been prepared for the matches for a long time. And after watching the game one, like game one, game two, the matchups, how do you feel about the preparation of both teams?
Why, for example, take Team China as an example. Definitely, they are already being adapted into this patch, and also we can see actually both composition are quite solid, both for Team China and also for Team Macau China. I mean, like last game for Team Macau China, they pick up that double core player, and actually they're doing quite well during the lanings.
Totally agreed. And let's see the starting lineup for Team Hong Kong China: Jai Jai Devil, Kiki, Nirvana, and YS. We're gonna do more introduction of the player to you guys since we drop into the draft. And I think that the composition of this kind of team for Team Hong Kong China will be quite different with the one we saw from Team Macau China, right?
Yes.
They're quite experienced and they have been playing along for several years till now.
Yeah, and actually like this game will be the first showcase for Team Hong Kong China. And as for Team Macau China, due to there's only 3 teams joining in Group 4, so actually this is going to be their last chance to gain 1 point for them.
It's going to be the last matchup for Team Macau China to enjoy, trying to write some history down and trying to show us what they got for the roads to Asian Games 2022.
Yes.
All right, you see those players getting ready for the matchups, and like one thing, the major difference between these two teams is that the players, they all have different kind of experiences when it comes to the actual tournament of the Arena of Valor Asian Games version.
Yes, we've talked about it before. And we said like for Team Macau China, actually 4 players from this team are quite experienced, except the Archer Hope. Actually, he's a really new player in Team Macau China.
Quite new player to the games.
Yeah. However, like for Team Hong Kong China, the lineup is really interesting because the only person would be the Archer Nirvana, which would be really experienced.
I mean, Nirvana have a lot of experiences in former competitions and tournament. For example, he started to become a esports professional player since the year 2020 in KPL GT. But after that, let's take a look at the rest of the teams. They're quite new to the tournament. They're quite new to the games. So it's a composition and kind of a comparison between a team that is very solid, have a lot of history, and have a lot of time, a very long time to trying to collaborate with one another, versus one team such as Team Hong Kong China, who's quite new, but they have like enough understanding and comprehension towards the game. Sometimes I think when you are really new to the game and tournament, those very good surprises and chemistry are lying there waiting to be discovered by your teams.
Yeah. And you know, like I say far what we saw from the camera, I would say I can already see those kind of excitement from Team Hong Kong China. We know that they're quite new in the arena. Maybe that might be the very first time for them to attending such a great journey.
Yes.
So I would say it's quite glad to see them to be really relaxed and you know, just enjoying the journey in RDAG.
Like best hope for both teams and all the players enjoying the game and trying to release yourself from the tension you have. And I really admire one quality from Team Macau China is that they actually changed a lot of roles and positions, trying to suit more and suits better into our actual games. Because like CHU, he used to be a middle laner for the team, and he make a transition to the coach. And for this tournament, the road to Asian Games 2022, he changed into the jungler again. So a lot of roles are being played, but I think in conclusion, I think it's somehow giving him extra experiences.
True. So he's just going to be the most reliable player from Team Macau China. And also, I do love the way that how they're doing the drafting for the last matchup, because definitely they did a lot of homeworks towards their opponents. So I'm wondering what kind of preparation they did for Team Hong Kong China.
I mean, from the previous matchups they have going against Team China, I think that it will be a competition of efficiency. How can you actually pull up your competition and composition more and faster than your opponent?
Yeah.
That will be the factor and the topic that really matters. But let's take a deeper look at the draft for this matchup between the composition of Team Macau China versus Team Hong Kong China. Let's see.
Yeah, and I would say Team Macau China definitely did well prepared for Team Hong Kong China, since they banned away this Zane and also this Kaiser. These three bans are so far right now on the lock. Bans would be really prevalent in this patch,
Of course.
and also it offers a lot of tankiness, a lot of vision control for their own team. So it seems like both teams do not want to let those choices to be open.
I think they have a very deep understanding towards this current meta, because they're taking away those very popular picks in our tournaments. Especially, for example, Xiaohoudun, the most picked hero before today's matchups, 35 of the times will be taken for Xiaohoudun, and even like Gong Sunli will be quite a lot of picks, using Gong Sun, trying to get a better laning phases for the team. All right, that's a finishing line for the bans from both team, and let's see what will be the first choice. For Team Macau
as we are mentioning to the laning phase, I would say actually last matchup when Team Macau China played against Team China, they did really a great job during the lanings. And I still hope the archer from Team Macau China, by using that Gong Sun Li, actually he even got several advantages during the lanings.
Like this aggression coming from the composition from the Team Macau China. They're choosing Ross as their first pick. They're really prioritize the choices when it comes to middle laner, right?
True.
There's two completely different types of the mid laners. For example, like Assassin and those very utility mages. So they're fixed, they're so determined on getting those engages all the time, and they're trying to make those initiation skills enough for the battle.
Yeah, we know that some rotations has been made by Team Macau China. I mean, compared to the previous matchups, but the mid laners, Ace, actually he always stick to this mid lane position.
Sure.
So definitely he had a really deep hero pool. And also I do like the way when he was using that Shangguan Wan'er, try to do a lot of burst damage in the early stage. So let's see what kind of showcase he can bring to us in this game.
I think the counter picks for Team Hong Kong China is very interesting. They know exactly what you want to do. Those aggressions, those team fights you want to pick up, we have completely understanding of this composition, so that they round themselves up with a quite solid, a quite tanky composition.
True.
They have Jiangfei, they have Akali, they have Lianpo, trying to secure down those locations where the team fight might actually take place. And yeah, Akali pick the most used mages for our tournaments, 28 times with a very high winning rate, over 53.6% of the winning rate.
And another will be Zhou Yu, and I'm sure maybe Zhou Yu going to show up for next game.
Yes.
Anyway, for Team Hong Kong China, indeed, the comp is really tanky and it's really solid. It's just like a classic double core playing style, right? Len playing as Assassin and also Marco Polo. After he already built up at least 2 items, he's going to just lead the game in the mid game.
It's pretty solid for Team Hong Kong China to get their hands on this kind of composition. The 2 cores are very obvious, Marco Polo and the Lam at the same time. All they want to make sure is that these 2 cores will be given enough time to farm up towards those very important items for themselves.
True.
And on the other hand, I think Team Macau China is just trying to create those skirmish happening on each lane and trying to having those winning lanes during the laning phases. So what actually matters is that which team will be better at trying to extend their advantages in the real game. I think there will be a 50-50 composition.
True.
The draft is evenly powerful. It really depends on how they actually perform.
Yeah, and I do get that kind of feeling that actually these two teams are choosing two different paths to build off their comp. Because like for Team Macau China, it seems like they try to use their individual mechanics and try to make a lot of things happen by themselves, right? Respectively. As for Team Hong Kong China, they're more a well-rounded comp, and everyone, I believe, will be sent in groups and just paired up as a unity. So I really looking forward to this game.
Yeah, there's one obvious advantages for Team Hong Kong China is that they actually have those priorities in the middle lane, especially, and using Kali going against Raz, it's really like always happens. So what really matters that what's more important after gaining the priority in the middle lane. What will be your next move? What will be the direction you choose to make your rotations?
Yeah.
To either lanes, like the lanings, extremely amazing one. Like Team Hong Kong China is using their mechanics, using their ability, trying to chip away those HP bars from Team Macau China.
True, and also like the early stage damage down by both majors won't be, equally even.
Yes.
Because like the passive to Kali will allow him to do more piercing attack than Rat.
All right, very nice collaboration from the Team Hong Kong China. They actually sent Lime up ready for the river strike.
And because that the mid lane river spy has been in control for Team Hong Kong China, and also like Davos rotation helped them to just put a little bit of threat on Ace.
I would say the strategy that Team Hong Kong China want to pull off is really working because they're kind of stuck like Ace in the mid lane, which means that the Marco Polo will be facing no threat down in the bottom lane as long as you play safe enough on the bottom side.
Yeah. We talk about Marco Polo a lot of times.
Let's see 2 versus 2 on the top, while both junglers will be having those ultimates ready. Light encounters happen on the top, but nothing happened. Nothing like actual team fights are happening.
Yeah. But I always say like little advantage can be seen made by Team Hong Kong China.
Yes.
Since like the skirmish happened on the top side of the map, will allow them to force out CH use ulti. And actually the ulti for Jin will be really crucial to like do a lot of ganks.
Yeah. Okay. 3 surrounding 2. Well, they have the takedowns for the teams, but they're playing very cautiously. Hope using the flash to deck away, but he's really low in the mana. I think that they should consider the problem of going back to the base. So they're actually given those winning lanings rights to the Team Hong Kong China.
And that's mostly because of Kiki's rotation.
Yes.
Like his Kali, he's not really been, stuck in his mid lane. He's not really dedicated into, okay, I'm just gonna do my solos. Actually, he knows this Kali well. How he's gonna rotate, and by using Kali's ulti, try to keep pressure on their farming lane and try to build such a safe environment for Marco Polo to do the output.
Yeah, this is one example showing how well you really understand how to use a whole macro thing on the actual game, trying to make your advantages like shining more. All right, some gathering in the mid lane while Team Hong Kong China will be completely outnumbering Team Macau China's member.
And let's see, it seems like Team Macau China tried to do something because the positioning of Owlin is extremely deep.
Oh, always like those solo fights picked up by the jungler, especially Assassin. Very interesting.
Especially junglers with mobility,
Luis marching in, very deep in the jungle, offering vision for the entire team. But since I think that the members are not right there yet, so they have to retreat back for a little bit. Nice choice.
Actually, I would say like this matchup, this game would be the very first game that we guys have had such a peaceful opening.
Owlin is quite surrounded, have to retreat back using the flash, using the dash he has, and that's somehow given Team Hong Kong China that kind of opportunity to gather around, gaining the vision in the river.
Right.
Marco Polo comes in.
YS tried to break his ultimate, but Owlin, he will be in danger.
Wow. That's something, right, for Team Hong Kong China. Getting the very first takedown, and then they can still like trying to constantly making the rotation to the bottom. I think Hope is not having a good time on the bottom side since no one's there trying to help them, gaining the vision, trying to help them gaining those advantages, especially during the laning phases.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
if
yeah.
there's a problem set in front of like Team MACAU China, is that you're losing constantly during the laning, which means that your opponent's going to be doing those faster and quicker rotations. You'd better like figure this thing out.
Just
and
like
what
this
they're
one.
doing. Yes.
Outie in, and Jin has been knocked up. So for Luis, he needs to, use his flash and get away of these surroundings.
Yeah.
Team Hong Kong China, they try to be set in groups just like what we analyzed during the draft. It's a quite well-rounded and solid comp, and since they just, 5 people gathering together and try to do something, there's no way for Team MACAU China to stop them.
I mean, this Kali pick for Team Hong Kong China is extremely effective now.
Yeah, true.
Like the past 5 minutes, this Kali is everywhere, gaining the priority in the mid, and he happens on the top, happens on the bottom, helping those archers and the top lane doing the laning. Something happened in the middle lane while like Team Hong Kong China really want to initiate, and Team MACAU China, there's not enough damage, they have to go back for a little bit.
Then what about Owling? And again, he himself's gonna be alone, gonna be stuck into this camp. He has been taken down. And on the other side of the battlefield, Marco Polo tried to use his ultimate, do some damage, but since this auto is really tanky, it would be a little bit early for Nirvana to deal with this auto.
I think the best scenario for Team MACAU China is that they should use all of their initiation things. For example, the CC chains should be lying there waiting for the team fights to begin. But like they're losing those combos, they're losing their ultimate one after one, making them extremely weak during the team fights.
Yeah.
Just now, like Owling is quite surrounded, quite distant away from the rest of the teams, and Louis diving in, but there's not enough vision for Hope, and Hope have to play this kind of cautiously because he has still waiting for the cooldown for the flash, right?
True.
So they really have to pay attention where their like archer or their backlines relies on, and just find another moment and time trying to initiate. They're not that far behind the gold. I think like the gold and the farming of Slicer is okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things for Team MACAU China to be worried about.
Sun
First
Shang
thing
very
first, need to be
dangerous
worried about
getting
this
stunned.
Marco Polo. Yes,
But-
out the in, and Hope has already been taken down. So without the Archer, it's really hard for Team MACAU China to do all of those constant output. And now Zai Zai tried to close out this team fight.
Yeah.
He even did a lot of harass under the tower.
Nice CC checks, nice initiation, especially from YS, right? This round phase ultimate just have them very secure down the location from Sun Shang.
Yeah.
And once Sun Shang is been stunned, there's no way he can go, because we have talked about this, like Hope is waiting for the cooldown for the flash. So if you have already used your only dash with the very first ability, you're going to be having no dash available for the follow-up damage. Okay, crucial.
CHU again. This is the third game for Team MACAU China to play, and this is the second time for him to steal away those niche objectives.
Oh, that's a very crucial point for Team MACAU China. It
Yeah.
actually lifts up the whole spirit for the team. Like, you need this kind of thing to happen if you are quite lead, quite behind the gold. And right now, I think with this kind of stealing like, strategy going on, like CHU is giving up those confidence to the teams.
It's and not even mention to these kind of crucial stuff. Well, just bot cop and just let his allies to be more confident.
Alright, some skirmish in the jungle. Devil is waiting for the right time to dive
Flash
in.
in.
Knocks up 2, follows up with a lot of piercing damage from Lan.
Destroyed a tower.
Hope have to go back, using the flash, using whatever he can do.
I would say Hope has been put into such a serious situation.
Yes.
There's endless gangs towards him, and now
Marco
Jin
Polo.
comes in, CHU again, tried to bring his team back and use his ulti and force back Nirvana.
I think this the decision of fighting back from Team MACAU China is good enough. They're like CHU, the dive in time is very accurate. He actually brought Marco Polo very low in HP, making Team Hong Kong China away from their own jungles.
Yeah, I mean, the two steps that CHU did really make some comebacks for Team MACAU China.
Yes.
But he stole away that behemoth, and then he used his ulti and tried to force all of those opponents back off. So it's really important to let Team MACAU China to have such a time just to slow down all of those attacking pace.
Totally agreed. From my own perspective, I think like CHU will be like the core spirit.
True, true.
Like for Team MACAU China.
Indeed, indeed.
All right, that's might secure down their own blue. And what will be the next move from Team Hong Kong China? They definitely have those winning waves. They definitely have the winning and like better vision, trying to create the skirmish happening in the middle lane, while Ace diving in, knocks up 2. But there's no more damage needed to finish off this team fight.
What about CHU? He break his ulti and chased down this jump fake. Got another really decent takedown.
All right, all right.
He even want to come in, but I would say that's a little bit over committed.
Wow, Lon continues on chasing the backline. So at the very end will be a 1-2 trade, still favoring the side of Team Hong Kong China.
Wow. A lot of back and forth this can be seen right now.
Oh,
The
it's
battlefield.
continuing.
Everyone trying to chase down this Marco Polo. So at the end, it's going to be a 3-2 trade.
It's very interesting because this team fight actually lasts really long, like over 1 minute.
It actually initially happened in the mid lanes. And then everyone just ends up at the farm lane.
Right, let's see the replay here. So actually, it will be the frontliners from Team Hong Kong China who want to initiate, and I think the location that Jin really picked to use and release his ultimate is so perfect. Actually have a lot of bursting damage on the frontliners as well. But by the second that Devil arrived at the moment, I think that the abilities and the skills are totally used up for Team MACAU China. That's the reason why they can possibly compete when Lan arrives.
Like those heroes from Team MACAU China would be a one-hit win or loss, right? Only one time for them to use those burst damage and try to do something. Seems Hope is definitely, have gold in deficit. So it's really hard for him to do all of those output at this current time.
But after all, I think that the spirit from Team MACAU China is working on the real game because they are constantly chasing up with the gold, right? There's literally no differences comparing the the overall gold for the entire team. So I think that who's going to be the winner for Game 1 still remains as a mystery to me because I think they're chasing up like quite tightly with one another.
Yeah. And what Team MACAU China need to do is just, wait. Wait that Archer to have enough items. At least he need to have another Daybreaker, right?
Well, Ace is going down very deeply. He wants to come from behind, but Devil spotted him very soon and trying to make Roz disappear.
Yeah.
From
what
the
a play.
river.
I mean, it's totally chaotic in the mid lane. A lot of things are happening in the mid lane, just continuously.
Wow, look at the Pokken abilities. Like Kali's ultimate, including Marco Polo's bullets used in the first ability. I mean, this kind of long-range AoE damage will be quite hard for Team MACAU China to find a loophole and I find a weakness from those AoE damages.
I mean, when you're using those poking heroes, where the side seems like a lot of things gonna just happen. Everyone just surrounding at the mid. Nice might! Hope has been slowed down and Hope has been taken down by this Marco Polo. Marco Polo even achieved his double qual, and now Lan get another takedown for him. Rez already been get away from this battle.
Yeah, Hope, this will be a very difficult game for him to try to keep himself alive for a long time because deeper look at the composition, those frontliners they choose all are a very straightforward initiation type of the heroes. So there's no one there ready for the protection, for the archers. So Archer will be a very easy target for Team Hong Kong China trying to aim on. Let's see the waves here. One more complete wave are trying to approach and get near to their base. The high ground tower is quite dangerous. With one more auto attack will be needed to take down this high ground.
And also the high ground on the top side of the map will be the next target for Team Hong Kong China.
Quite a difficult one for Team MACAU China. For this one, they have to fight for the vision. And they need to make very decisive decisions in order to fight back.
I mean, every time the moment that they see it was quite decent, but the problem is how they're gonna protect their Archer. Let's see this time actually Team Hong Kong China being a little bit
Look at where Marco
overcommitted.
Polo is standing. What is he planning to do?
And he
Surround
tried to
from the
play
back
the
lines or?
assassin job.
He is trying to steal away the crystal, but Team Macau trying to observe
Wait,
this kind
wait.
of fact, rushing back to their
Wow.
own base.
That
Super
was
close.
really close.
Yes.
Let's see, Raz. He's trying to do something bad, but he knows that he's just going too deep into the other side of the map, so he decides just to TP back.
No wonder like Nirvana will be the most experienced player for the team. Like
Yeah.
he really knows what to do. He's trying to like create more dilemma for their opponents.
He knew the core
Yes.
of this game. You know, the secret core is that take down that crystal.
Indeed, indeed.
And that's it. No more fights. Just take down
All
that
right.
crystal.
It's given the opportunity for Team Macau
yeah.
China to have this Shadow Overlord.
True.
And while let's see the decision from Team Hong Kong China, they're trying to exchange this neutral objective with their opponent. But since I think they are the team is leading for this game one, so I think that it will be a minor mistake for them
True.
losing the control of the both dragons.
I wouldn't say this would be a fair trade.
Yes.
Since this Dark Behemoths do well grant members from Team Hong Kong China more damaged out, but the problem is actually for Team Macau China, they can just disengage.
Of course.
And utilizing these Dark Vanguards help them to clean up the waves and gain more time for Sun Shangxiang for their archer.
Exactly. Look at the time. 16 minutes. It's quite like close to the late game.
Yeah.
So if you consider the damage, bursting damage from the late game from the archer, Sun Shangxiang will be a very like powerful hero, especially in the late game. So I think the strategy like Team Macau China is using is quite useful. Like started to pick up those very good like sign backs.
Yeah.
For their strategy. Let's see.
This is going to be a good sign for them.
I think the Team Hong Kong China is doing really well in the early and the middle phases, but starting from around like the minutes 14 minutes, I think they started to show those hesitations.
Yeah. Because we know that the CC should be completed by Team Hong Kong China, and now another team fight will begin while AS break his ulti, and he's just going really deep as support and just playing just like assassin.
But it seems to me like this Jonfa is invincible because like he's using his own tankiness, trying to make the 3 backlines escape away and
Nice
the
yank!
burst, getting this solo kill. That's really like pretty uplifting.
I think the psychological way of Ace is trying to do that kind of vision game, it really worked. And good news for Team Macau China is that they take down the most important role from Team Hong Kong China. That would be their core player, the jungler.
Yeah, let's see. Alan wants to initiate, but since there's no following up waves ready, so they have to step a little bit back and waiting for the waves to be ready. I think Ace is planning on doing this all the time. Like Ace is trying to hide in the bush, waiting for the moments, trying to pick up those solo battles, right? And actually, he spent over 17 minutes waiting for this only one opportunity, and he's really doing this. I'm very happy to see this.
That's what Assassin do, you know.
Yes.
If
you never give up on this kind of strategy.
Yeah.
It really work.
And also, always do the Fatal Strike.
You know, this might be the turning point of this game, because you're seeing that Team Hong Kong China gradually they are losing control of the entire map and of the entire game, to be more specific. So yeah.
Because again, there's too many burst damage can be seen from Team Macau China. We can see how Ace is doing right now, just, you know, hide his own vision. So actually the map will be kind of dark for Team Hong Kong China.
Oh, completely no idea where they're hiding.
Because we're now observing the map at a third perspective, but for all of those players right now in the arena, that's going to be a totally different thing. But that was a nice solo, and the HP trade, I would say Jin totally win against Lama. So let's see in front of all of those people in the
Marco
mid lane,
Polo.
Marco Polo find a really nice way and got a crucial takedown.
Let's see, that's a very good like countering back strategy applied from Team Hong Kong China. It's because like Team MACAU China is using their CC train trying to initiate, but not to mention like Nirvana is very flexible. Like those two dashes actually help Marco Polo to dodge away to a safer place, while they're lighting Jai Jai and YS together using their ultimate trying to push the members from Team MACAU China away. Alright, CHU is being surrounded, brought very low in the HP bar, but the Sage Sentry is being active. Marco Polo is waiting for the right moment, but the Destiny actually saves CHU again.
He escaped away from the surrounding. Let's see, it's gonna be Ace time to shine. He forced out Kiki's flash, and that's gonna be a really nice trade for Team of MACAU China.
The showcase of the sophistication they have. There is skill.
Like, he was literally just changing all of those items when he was trying to do the counter-attack.
Of course. And you know, the items from Raz will be very powerful, very lethal through the backlines of Team Hong Kong China. The Scepter of Reverberation, the Save and Trap, the Void Staff, and the Tome of Wisdom is being on the side of A's item board. So the bursting damage of this Raz will be very, very detrimental to the backlines.
Yeah, and not even mentioned to the Daybreaker has been made for Sun Shangxiang.
All right, let's see whether CHU can find a safer spot, but unfortunately it's like 2 versus 1.
2 versus 1, and with Jinx absent, I would say Team MACAU China, they better just back off a little bit and wait for their junglers to back to life.
Look at where Devil is, heading straight forward directly to the Stormart Dragon.
Yeah, he knows that if CHU is out of the battle, then he can just got an easy take on this Tempest Dragon.
Look at where Ata is. Oh, he's been spotted.
He's going to be in a really dangerous position. The ulti, but it seems like Team Hong Kong China tried to deal with this Ata very first, and now Nirvana ulti in. Another good takedown goes to Nirvana.
Very decisive move. Let's see the rest of the team fights, where Ace is trying whatever he can do, trying to dive in, exchange those takedowns with Team Hong Kong China. But unfortunately, Team Hong Kong China is ready for this, and they have already have the Sage Sentry and the Destiny available for the backline. So I think that they can still stay safe enough.
Wow, I don't know. You know, I really don't know. It's because, like, actually Team Hong Kong China got a really nice chance to take down that Tempest Dragon. But it was all because of Team MACAU China. They set such a hazard like strategy and tried to gain something back. So that harass actually worked.
Yeah, so I actually admire that Team Hong Kong China. They are very decisive, right? I think that they really want to take like a rush for this Tempest Dragon, but let's see something happens right there. Like Lewis is trying to get the vision for the team, but literally like Team Hong Kong China is restricting where you can possibly go. With the Smite, they secure down the very first Stormart Dragon for the game 1, and actually it's offering those very tanky shields to every single member from Team Hong Kong China.
And also the lightning effect will allow them to do more true damage. So let's see, it seems like Team Hong Kong China try to utilize the effect and try to close out the game.
Look at Kali, very safe on the back lines.
Whoa, 3 people has been knocked up. Nice one, nice controllability, and let's see CHU try to save his allies and break his ultimate, and he just changed trying to exchange his position,
like
and
CHU
that was a really nice try.
The entire team enough time, right?
Yeah.
They actually like save and guard their own base. Let's see the rest of the team, like Team Hong Kong China, after they have been using up all of their abilities and their skills, they choose to go back to revive for a little bit. Like CHU stands out, saved the entire game for Team MACAU China again.
I mean, good news to Team MACAU China is that they guard their crystal. And good news to Team Hong Kong China is that actually all 3 high ground towers has been taken down by them. So I don't know. It seems like a lot of back and forths can be seen from the battle. It's really tight. I would say these 2 teams actually had quite an even power.
Yes, they're very hard to be defeated for both teams. Like they have very solid skills, and they really know what to do when facing those deficits and losing those vision during the mid game. Ace has been spotted, and Jai Jai really wants to slow and trying to knock up Ace, but Ace used the flexibility he have trying to dodge away, and CHU stand from the the side lanes, trying to find some opportunity to get closer to the back lines from Team Hong Kong China. But they're safe enough. They're completely surrounded by the front laners.
And I do love the position for Team Macau China. They know that they need to stop all those vanguards out of their crystal in case that Team Hong Kong China could do a lot of damage on their crystal.
Very nice move.
They were
by
doing a
Louise.
really nice job.
Yeah, it's trying to make this vanguards away
Yeah.
from their crystal, which means that Team Hong Kong China, maybe they should be waiting for the next round to be ready.
And I do believe that the next round is going to happen around the camp of the Tempest Dragon, which is going to spawn at the bottom side of the map. And
Yes.
that's going to be the deciding point for the whole game.
But look at those advantages. Look at those super minions from the both sides. It will be one major advantages for Team Hong Kong China.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a problem whether like Team Hong Kong China can make this kind of advantages into real winning situations, right? They have to make good use of their super soldiers, trying to make the soldiers and minions go deeper, and they will be constantly offering those enough vision for the team.
So for Team Hong Kong China, they definitely want to prioritize the confront lane. They're trying to let those super minion waves help them to gain one winning lane, and then they will just wait. They don't need to, rushing to take down that Tempest Dragon. They have the priority to wait and see, and dealing a lot of poking damage, try to gain the whole vision control of the field.
I like the standing. I like the position from CHU. Like he's been unable to detect all the time, while YS finally getting the vision. Notice that the location bulging will be quietly dangerous for Team Hong Kong China, but Marco Polo is brought quite low by the Tempest Dragon, so he has to retreat back. But with the Doomsday, I think he can get the HP perfectly recovered from the jungles.
Well, you can see the Tempest Dragon still be in control.
Yes.
Under the control of Team Hong Kong China, and a nice setup already being sent into Team Hong Kong China.
All right.
That was Ace. Another nice gang.
But like Team Hong Kong China have the patience because they know that they can still enough time in the front line, which means that their super soldiers can bring them more time, right?
Yeah.
Like super soldiers are rushing in and taking down those very ordinary waves from the side of Team Macau China. So like Roz is being sent back to trying to clean the wave, while Team Hong Kong China will have one more time gaining the rounds and giving themselves those opportunities, initiatives when it comes to the river control. Oh, Lon and Marco Polo just managed at the same time from the map, very distant away from the Storm March Dragon. What's gonna be their strategy?
Wow, I can even smell the intent right now on the battlefield.
Those tensions are right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's already been 27 minutes, and
Blue
the
team
super minion
has
is can't be
destroyed a
underestimated for Team Macau China. And check Owling's position. He's just going really deep. Obviously, he's overstepped a little bit because he himself alone, this Lambert, could not bring a lot of things to his allies.
Yeah, this kind of initiation cannot just be like easily followed by the rest of the teams. But like the location of Raz is really good as well.
He's
So,
waiting, he's
like,
just
Team
being
Hong
so
Kong China
patient.
have to be
Second
cautious
ability
about
didn't
this.
land on Kiki, so that's gonna be the cue for him to escape.
All
But,
right.
I mean, like, this kind of harass, actually for Team Macau China, they got a little bit advantage.
I think this will be the end of the second Storm Dragon of this game. It's gonna
crucial
again!
Again, being the hero of Team Macau China, and with this effect that they granted, though CHU sacrificed himself, but well, Team Macau China utilizing this effect, try to do some
Let's
really
see
nice
how
counter.
those
This is
freezing
it.
damage have been
This
taken down
is
over
it.
Marco Polo.
Team
One
Macau
knocked out.
China try to fight back, and it seems like for Team Hong Kong China, there's no way for them to pushing forward again. They need to back up.
The Howling Alums lie down there. The Vanguards are ready. They can easily take down the very first druids in the middle lane, while Jai Jai is offering the vision, but there's no backline, so they have to take a step back to their own base. Let's see. Hope is full in HP, full in the mana, almost full in the mana, and having the Siege Sentry available for the following up team fights. Like 2 times CHU
Wow,
make this kind of miracle happen in the game. I almost think it will be hopeless for Team MACAU trying to fight for this Storm Dragon.
Because that was really close, and Davo already put his thumb on that point.
Solo and steal away the Storm Dragon in front of the whole squad of Team Hong Kong China.
That's crazy. I mean, and I would call it the pivot of this game.
Wow, definitely one of the highlights of this game. The most remarkable moments for CHU.
He just saved his team from
Dragon
such
controller.
a severe situation. Just pull the whole team back of the edge, and now it's going to be Ace time to show up. Splendor has been activated. He changed it, and he got an extra life, so he can just retreat and back up. So check the battlefield. Let's see. Louis just been a little bit overstepped, so a lot of damage dealt are putting on Louis. But since this auto is really tanky, now it's going to be Hope's time to do the counter attack.
Finally, the main stage for Hope, trying to deal those damage to either member from Team Hong Kong China. I think for Team MACAU China, they really turned this game over. Like right now, they're the one who's leading the game. They're the one who's trying to give constant pressure to Team Hong Kong China. Let's see, the ultimate's being released by CHU, while Devil is being spotted by Sun Shangxiang. All right, the Succubus Cloak is there to protect Hope from those magical damage from Kiki. Those constant poking damage is going to be a problem. Very nice choice of the item.
And it's not only Hope that made that item, but also other heroes, other members from Team MACAU China. So that will kind of just deny all of those damage done by Kiki.
And I think that the moment of where Ace used the Slander to dodge away all of those damage from Team Hong Kong China, especially, it's very perfect. Choose the right time to do this, and this active will be offering Ace more time trying to absorb those damage from the opponents.
Yeah.
The second Storm Dragons are there, and Team MACAU China get their initial hands on this Dragon. Marco Polo using
Red has been taken down. Nice combo. It was really again. The battlefield, but this time his Dragon has been claimed again by CHU.
Look at Nirvana.
Sacrificed himself again. Nirvana comes in. He has a really nice position to do all of those constant output.
Look at Sun Shangxiang, quite safe, quite full in HP.
Both Ultra are just trying to do the solos. And Sun Shangxiang's going to back in live, but it seems like someone just waiting for him.
Oh, look at the wave.
Nirvana.
Crucial team fight, even though Hope is doing all he can do, but the rest of the team fight falls quite soon in this team fight, and actually it will be Team Hong Kong China rushing into the base and take the crystal for game 1.
Wow, what a tight game, what a beautiful game, what a nice performance that showed by both teams. I'm really enjoying in this game.
Before this matchups actually kicks off, I'm pretty prepared for this kind of tension, this kind of toe-to-toe matchups. But I have to admit, it's even better than I imagined, because I think from my own understanding towards both teams, they're quite close when they share the even same amount of experiences, and I think their gaming understanding are both deep enough to perform perfectly like this.
I know.
And yeah, I would say congratulations to Team Hong Kong China, because they're the one leading the game in the initial 15 minutes, right? And there's some hesitation, there's some time they spent to trying to figure out what will be a better way to do, right? They're figuring out trying to find out a better strategy. And after their Storm Dragons being taken twice from CHU, they finally become the winner of that very last team fight.
Sure. I mean, the reason why we both really enjoy casting this game is not only about they confront each other head to head. More is because those results are not for sure, right? It's not a clear result. You can never predict that who's going to be the winner of this game, because a lot of it's just been unpredictable, and there's a lot of back and forth. This can be seen just and it even goes over 30 minutes, right? That was quite a long and tough game.
I would say the stability and the perseverance for both teams are there, so they can trying to save their own base, trying to make this game longer till the very end, is because they have enough game experience. If they know what to do when facing those kind of pressure from the opponent. I mean, from this kind of stand, I think both teams are playing really, really well.
Yeah.
And like the last team fights for Team Hong Kong China, I think in the initiation are there, and actually like Nirvana's plays is so perfect. No one can aim for this Marco Polo, and he's using the dashes he have. He's using the Purify, trying to dodge away those initiations from the frontliner from Team Macau China. Actually, I think we have a very great opportunity of seeing the full series being brought up by both teams. I think we'll be a 2-1, but I'm not so sure who's going to be the 2.
Yeah, I know. I vote for that. Definitely. And you see like a lot of teams like can be seen throughout the whole game.
Yes.
And actually it's really messy because of all of those CCs, right? And we analyzed a little bit during the drafts that actually for Team Hong Kong China, the comp, they really need a cohesion, right?
Yes.
Those hard CC need to be complete and a lot of burst damage need to be put on right on one target, and they're doing quite a good job.
And yeah, I think it will be a surprise to see Team Hong Kong China actually have this kind of collaboration with one another, because they are quite new to this tournament and to this game. But you are seeing that like Devil is perfectly skillful in the initial setting of the game, and like Nirvana is everywhere. Those damage will be provided by Marco Polo all the time, and this will be the highlight and the replay from the very last team fight. Like Hope
and Nirvana,
really
both
tries.
Archer,
He really
tried
tries.
their best.
Yes.
You know, they even trying to do the solos, and actually Hope throughout the whole game, this guy suffered a lot. I would say he was really painful during the lanings, and also when it comes to the mid game, since around like 10 minutes to like 14 minutes. Actually, for Team Macau China, they fall behind a little bit.
Yes.
So it's really hard for Hope to doing all of those outputs. He do not have a really secure position.
Honestly speaking, when you're comparing the compositions in this kind of very late game, you will see that the continuous damage from Team Hong Kong China will be way better than Team Macau China. Which means that if like Team Macau China really wants to win, they should expect to see less, literally no mistakes in the CC chains, which will be very hard to do in the late game. All right, the Audi Super 8 player will be awarded to Nirvana. No wonder he's the most experienced player for the team.
Check the participation of
Oh,
all of
90%.
those takedowns. 90%. That also means Team Hong Kong China, they're trying to, you know, prioritize their Archer, prioritize Nirvana, and just play around him, let him to lead the game pace.
Pure perfection, I would say. I think both teams are showing great talents.
No, yeah, and
this is the
potential
best
can be
Yes,
seen from
of
both
course.
teams.
Yeah, and yeah, I think if Team Macau China wants to take one more point back, making it a tie, what they can do is, you know, you have to keep the pace going on in the beginning of the game. The reason they're quite a bit like low behind in the beginning of the game is because like their mage, like this Raz, is kind of stuck in the middle lane. I really think that if you're facing the fact that you're losing the priority all the time, you leave this middle lane for your jungler or for the top side, and you just vanish from the map and trying to ambush in the bottom lane. This will be creating those threats to Marco Polo, especially when your opponent is using Marco Polo, who is very weak during the early game when doing the laning. So yeah, a lot of available strategy are lying there waiting for both teams to pull off. And yeah, we will take a short break before game 2.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
6 minutes and 30 seconds. At least try their very best to push the game to 10 minutes.
I think Joey is very low in the mana. Maybe Team Kazakhstan will choose to retrieve her a little bit, but Marco Polo went in directly with the ultimate and he's getting the triple takedowns, quadra one for the team. They surround each other quite tightly. 5-1, 5-0 formation. Let's see the replay from Ronnie.
Ronnie completely takes down Mary Day. Great position, good decision. Now it's going to be Unmei, the one that is going to be taken on 2. Comes in with the first ability, comes with the ulti. Right now, puts the target on Sliviatka.
Still online.
Look at that, launch on air.
Oh,
take
that's a
that.
one.
5 down, comes in by Unmei. Oh, look at that. Ace comes in, flashes his way out of it. HQ comes in with his first ability. He's going to put Kuba on air, but Kuba is going to replete. Ace being taken extremely low. Vampire hooks him down, and he's going to be taken down.
Arg is sneaking into the backliners, directly trying to devastate, and just did all of those damage out. So, Team Kyrgyzstan, from this surrounding, they make it to an ace.
Team Kyrgyzstan really has to figure out one way is how to get this UG down. Using Zhaoyun all alone diving in is not enough because the second ability will immune all the physical damage to UG, and right now UG is still full in the HP, and Vanguards are here. They're getting on the high ground, taking one more turret down, while UG is still safe enough on the back lines. There's no one who can possibly get in touch with the UG. He's invincible, he's everywhere, he's legendary.
And now Vanguard is still surviving, so actually Jenda already got his triple and even a quarter. Will she make it as a penta?
There's only one left.
I'm really curious. I can't wait to
Very close. I think it's a penta.
Another penta goes over to Jenda, Team Kazakhstan.
Welcome back. This is the road to Asian Games 2022, and we are now at the Arena of Valor Asian Games version. And this competition will be the very second one, Game 2 between Team Hong Kong China and Team Macau China.
Yeah, and still for both teams, I always say the result is not that predictable. So I always say it's going to be another tight game. It's mostly due to how both coaches going to select all of those combos and how they're going to do the draft.
So after the draft, like in Game 1, we're like analyzing the whole composition, right? So I think they have like displaying 2 different gaming styles where like I think Team Macau China is quite confident with their initiations and CC chains. They're quite confident of doing those team fights all the time. That's the reason why they comes up and round in a quite aggressive composition. But they're not getting those advantages during before it actually kicks into late game. So yeah, that's the reason why they're constantly losing for the entire game. But I think the very last 5 minutes, how they played, how they actually like round up and trying to save every lane is super perfect.
Yeah, a lot of highlights can be seen made from both teams, and I would say, you know, for Team Macau China, their comp maybe will go to, you know, 2 totally different ways. For example, if they set for plan A, maybe they just go for all in, you know, showing their mechanics and stick to all of those assassin players.
Exactly.
Or they just go to another way, try to build up a well-rounded composition, a solid one, just like what Team Hong Kong China chose for the Game 1. So it's just gonna go either 2 ways.
But I have to give applause to Team Hong Kong China because they're facing a lot of difficulties. You know, they're quite leading the game. They're quite a controller of the entire map. But unfortunately, during the middle phase, they're facing something like your dragon, your neutral objective being steal away by the opponent doing 1 versus 2 and getting back those Storm Dragon in return. That's super magical, and it will be a very difficult thing trying to digest, like mentally, because you're supposed,
especially for Davo, right?
Yes, of course, because you're supposed to secure down a dragon and help your entire team trying to take down the crystal soon. sooner than ever. So yeah, I think Devil like recovers from this kind of loss very quickly. And during the team fight, I actually think he performed quite well.
Yeah, and also like you just mentioned about a key word that would be the crystal or the towers. I do love the way that for Team Hong Kong China, how they're trying to aim and trying to constantly target it on that mailing tower. We could see like in the mid game, maybe around 7 to 12 minutes, the mid lane was totally in chaos, right? Everyone, like all of those members from both teams are gathering around and surroundings and trying to do a lot of ambush. It's basically because for Team Hong Kong China, they know that the strategic importance about the milling tower, so they put it all in and try to get that tower down.
Yeah, and for Kali, I think the mid laner from Team Hong Kong China actually did a great job because he's always safe enough in the back lines. Like Ross will be disappearing from the map all the time, so it'll be quite a threat to trying to find out where this Ross is. But what he really did well is that he is choosing to like shoulder around and trying to take a step back and trying to always be nearby those frontliners. And I think the collaboration with the backlines and the frontliners are pretty there, like pretty well, because you can see those Lian Po and Zhang Fei initiating all the time, but also they're keeping an eye on their backlines. They know what to do. Instead of constantly engaging, they are trying to retrieve back and trying to protect whoever is trying to get near to their backlines. That's a very good quality when you're playing this kind of frontliners who initiate all the time.
Yeah, because all the time you shouldn't be like really over dedicated into doing something. You need always, you know, strain up, you know, hold a line and try to remind yourself again and again to say like, okay, there's a lot of things that I need to be care of because there's so many things happening simultaneously on the field. Wow, so I would say the next game, the draft matters a lot. And also, I would say one thing that might cause a little bit different would be the mentality. Because we know that there's only 3 teams in Group 4. And the ranking matters a lot because it's going to have such a great consequence on the seeding, right? The draw in the 19th Asian Games. So for Team MACAU China, this might be their last game. It might be their last game. So like the momentum, the stress, the pressure is totally different.
Those tension are there, but I think they can make use of their experiences, right? Experiences will always be your treasure because in this such short time, you have to present yourself like with a calmer like mentality and make smarter decisions for the team. And I think like CHU have the potential to do this because he will always be the calmest one on the actual game. I think among these 10 players we actually see in the game, I think CH will be the one who have a greater hearts, you know, very stable hearts. He can do those very decisive moments and really make the miracle happens all the time. So I was kind of curious about the choices for CHU because like CHU, he can choose between like a quite tanky jungler and just let their frontliner to shine and the top lane to shine, maybe using a warrior instead, but also he still goes up and gets strict to the plan that he used in Jin or Lan all the time and making sure that their top laner get the tank. So I think it can be working both ways. It really matters is that how their coach is trying to do the composition.
Yeah, I mean, first thing first, for CHU, we would never be worried about his hero pool because actually the last game when they play against Team China, CHU used Kriknak, he used Xiaohoudun, and this time he go for that Jin. So definitely it won't be a big problem for him to, you know, go dive right into his hero pool. I would say one thing that I'm observing from Team Hong Kong China is that we can see though they win a lot of advantages in the early game, but the problem is they never did any invasions. They never gained any neutral objectives from Team MACAU China. So that's the main reason why, though they are kind of leading the game, but the goal difference isn't that significant.
So how to snowball, right? How to snowball with a faster speed will be a problem for Team Hong Kong China to consider like deeply, right? So they have been those winners in the initial settings in the opening of the game for several times. They win all the time during the skirmish in the each lanes, but they never like invade constantly, never take those buffs away from Team MACAU China. That's a reason why even if they are leading in the team fights, but the gap between the total golds are there, like 2,000, not much to chase up.
Not that much.
Yes.
So I would say that kind of just opened a window for Team Macau China
Yes.
to still stick to their two core players composition. Just let CHU to play an assassin and try to let him to lead the game. Because last time when they play against Team China, it's basically because when he's using that quick neck, his field was constantly be invaded by Team China. So there's no room left for him to farm up. But this time when they play against Team Hong Kong China, who is really doing a great job by those team fight,
Yes.
but not that kind of, aggressive doing those invasions.
I totally agreed. I think that this is not a rare thing for us to see that Team Hong Kong China is getting those advantages. Like team fights, they do it really, really well.
Yeah.
So what comes after you win a team fight, whether you choose to invade, whether you choose to push your way further, it all depends on who is your shot caller, right?
True,
you really
true.
need to make clear moves as to what will be the next move. So I think that YS should be like shouldering more responsibilities for the team, because normally we'll expect to see that the shot caller will be the support for the entire team.
Yeah.
And actually, I think like YS is doing a great job about initiations, right? Game
Yeah.
1, he's initiating all the time. Those very crucial initiations are done by Zhang Fei, but you need to be careful, like what will be your next move. If like you can take those calculations of the spawning time of your opponent's jungle, it will be better for your entire team trying to snowball and create those very phenomenal gap in the gold.
True. It's really interesting to see a lot of Zhang Fei players in our RDAG are playing quite aggressively. YS just remind me of Moss, right? That support.
Oh, yeah.
And their way is like how they're just trying to use this Zhang Fei is quite unique. They're trying to use their ultis to initiate and usually we hold our stereotype towards this hero to be more protective, and just build up such a really nice environment for his backliner to do all of those outputs. So I do like the fact that we found in RDAG totally different understanding towards the patch.
Because this is the very last day for the Arena of Valor Asian Games version in the RDAG 2022. So we feel confident enough to trying to come and sum up those very neutral things happen in the tournament. So because of the reason that the Boiler and Zhang Fei, they can initiate quite often, they become very popular picks in our tournament, and we've seen so many support players playing this hero all the time, all the time repeatedly. But there's one thing they share in common, is because they always like half of the time, I would say, overstepping happens a lot during the game.
Yeah.
Though they're becoming overly committed, they're becoming overly stepping because they really want to initiate so hard. They're losing control of themselves. They're losing, they try to initiate that much, that deeply, so that they're losing the sight of their own backlines.
Yeah.
So this will be a question for YS and I think Aling as well. So if you are engaging all the time, if you are the one who is responsible to initiate, you should have a deeper vision as of what will be your surrounding, and if your archer feel comfortable enough and safe enough to follow the damage.
True. I totally agree with you, because sometimes you just can't help yourself,
Of course, totally
it's like
by
a
me.
huge chance left for you, so you just can't help yourself to be a little bit deeper, and sometimes you just step into the trap.
Lose control of yourself. This really happens because I play this kind of initiation all the time, and you really want to engage. Sometimes you will find yourself very deep doing 1 versus 5, and you're trying to find out where your teammates is, shouting out, "Where are you? I have my ultimate on 5 people. Where are you?" This happens a lot.
True. So that's something worth mentioning for both support. They really need to be more careful and be more cautious. Sometimes they really need to hold on a little bit.
Yeah, really. I think that because we are amateur players, we can do this. But as a very professional esports player, you should avoid being overly excited.
True. And especially for game 2, again, the drops matters a lot. And it seems like for Team Macau China, they're trying to change their comp because they actually banned this Jin away from their own comp.
They're trying to restrict the choices for Team Hong Kong China. So Lan is being left and Quicknut is there. So this will be, the most popular assassin, I will say.
Yeah.
To number the rankings of the heroes in this current meta.
Lan
Also taken away. Oh yes, if they want to do this, they can get their hand on firstly with the Quicknut, right?
Yeah.
You can take away, use advantages beyond the blue side to take away those very like treacherous heroes for both teams, very popular ones.
Those meta pick.
The
Kaiser? Would it be Kaiser?
I don't know.
I would say Kaiser would be a really decent choice. Things like Kaiser, he's outsy, and also those. He's more like not a typical. Yeah, just like what they're choosing right now, because Kaiser is not like a typical assassin or a typical tank. He's like in the middle of, has a really vague bound, because he can both doing great damage and also absorbing so many damage.
That's blocking like mechanism designed like in Kaiser makes Kaiser invisible warrior all the time, and that's the response. That's the counter backs from Team Hong Kong China. Like, I'm glad again to see Guan Yu again picked up, because normally he stays on the bans all the time. So it will be a rare chance for us to see Guan Yu being picked from the side of Team Hong Kong China.
And also, like for game one, Zazas really did a great job, right?
Yes.
By using that Lian Po every time the positioning, and also he's always keep his eyes on all of those frontliners.
Yeah.
Try to cut Jin off.
This is actually what I feel a little bit worried for Jai, because if you are so familiar with how you use a tank trying to initiate, you might endure some problems trying to change into your gaming style, because like you need to perform perfectly opposite gaming style when you're using Guan Yu. Yeah, you need to change your thought and how you really perceive this kind of game. So Guan Yu is nothing like Lian Po, right?
True.
Skill and thoughts of this particular players will be very important. Oh,
a lot of initiation can be seen from Team Hong Kong China.
So tanky.
Yeah, a lot of tanks. Like Ata, I guess Lotta's just gonna flex to be the jungler, right? A really decent one, really nice one. And it seems like Team Hong Kong China are actually playing as the similar comp that Team China selected in the previous matchups.
Yes. Okay, Marco Polo, very good choices here, because like take a look at the composition from Team MACAU China. A lot of bursting damage, a lot of dashes, a lot of CC chains. It's literally like the same. Like the game one, they love to focus on those team fights and initiation skills, and they really has it with the boiler, with the extra life, and with the speeding up for the farming up to like hope. It's fun. I think it's really working. So I see no better choices than Marco Polo for Nirvana to play.
True. Fawn's gonna do a great job during the lanings, and especially when he's paired up with this boiler, will help him to even have a faster farming pace. And I would say for Team MACAU China, they are trying to step back into their own comfort zone.
Yes.
Because last game when they play against Team China, they go for the totally, I would say like the fixed comp, Shang Guanwang to let Ace to carry the team. But I still remember the last game when they played against Team China, Shang Guanwang was a little bit overstepped in the mid game. So I would say this time their support Owling should provide more visions for Ace to do a lot of ganks.
Second time and chance for Ace trying to use the kind of hero to build up those advantages in the early game. And since you have already learned your lesson and you really you're offered by extra time, right? Trying to adjust to this like gaming vibe. So yeah, I think like Ace will be completely doing a greater job than before. All right, let's see Jai. This Guan Yu, I think for this Guan Yu will be quite hard to play, because there's a lot of CC chains. Those knocking up, those knocking away will be very faithful to Guan Yu, because like Guan Yu needs to charge up using the passive all the time.
Yeah, he definitely needs to get into that charging mode.
Yes.
Or he's gonna be lack of damage or lack of control abilities. But we can see a lot of soft CC actually can be seen from Team MACAU China's comp, so that's gonna cause a big problem to a side.
Okay, let's see how they want to actually do the laning from Team MACAU China. So Owling is there trying to help, like Hope doing more laning, getting more advantages, because like doing laning going against Marco Polo, easy one to
That's something to do with Marco Polo,
Yes.
you know. Do not take it personally. It's just because
his
of like
own
Marco
weakness.
Polo. Yeah.
Of this hero, not player.
We always said there's kind of like a hierarchy in all of those archers,
Yeah.
and during the laning phase, Marco Polo definitely going to be at the bottom of the hierarchy.
Especially before level 2, right? Without the
Yeah.
ultimate, like Marco Polo only have one ability, like ready for him, trying to clean the waves, and those are for a little bit initially. Those damage is not enough trying to clean the waves. Like you only use one single ability, so it will be cost like Marco Polo a long time trying to clean a wave.
And also, Marco Polo, his like numbers of his bullets actually depends on how fast he can to doing all of those attacks. So before those items, crucial items has been built up, it's really hard for him to do all of those damage.
Yeah, the attack speed will be very interesting quality for Marco Polo. So normally we've seen that Doomsday and the Spark for Jagger will be like kind of
Offer extra like attacking speed. I would say it's going to be another safe and peace opening. And again, Kiki made a really nice rotation. I do like the way that how he trying to lead the early game. He was like, okay, I don't want to make it as another safe opening. I just use his ulti and try to, you know, broaden all of those visions for himself.
Indeed, like Kiki is having a great time using Kali all the time. This will be the second time for him to play Kali.
Yeah.
And both time, I think, in the beginning of the game, it's working very effectively. Like this Kiki is everywhere and making the rotation. And as long as the ultimate, I think he can help, like Nirvana, having a better time doing the laning.
I mean, the opening setting from Team Hong Kong China totally stayed the same as they did in Game 1.
Yes.
Because in Game 1, they also used Kiki's rotation and let him just rotate down and try to prioritize Nirvana more. Trying to let him, you know, to take less pressure when he's trying to do the laning.
All right, now lane trying to find some opportunity down there, but let's see YS is surrounding, making very quick reinforcement to the bottom side of the map, while using the ultimate from Marco Polo actually brought like Alden really low, forcing out the damage, so they have to retreat back. Let's see Shang Guanwar using the ultimate, getting the first takedown for the team, while Jai Jai is there, but pushing back Shang Guanwar, gaining one more for the team.
And now Team Hong Kong China, the rest of the allies also TP down, so make it to a 5 versus 5 and end up with a 1-2 trade.
Yes.
Wow, I would say those aids are quite essential from Team Hong Kong China. Because we can see actually Guan Yu, that push really bring a lot of things back.
Like that participation from Guan Yu will be very crucial for the entire team. Like the ones he gets it, he uses the ultimate, using the passive, trying to knock back Shang Guanwar. And since AESF already used the Purify, he can just not possibly dodge that kind of initiation, getting knocked back once. And top lane, I think like Jai Jai really needs to do those rotations to help the entire team gaining the early game advantages. CHU diving in very hard, but using the ultimate. You know, Kaiser will be a perfect counter pick towards Marco Polo.
Yeah.
Because Marco Polo is so famous for those continuous damage, using both skills and ability he have, but with the blocking like mechanism designed into the ultimate of Kaiser, like Kaiser will be dodging away those damage to a very great steal.
Yeah. And once Kaiser break his ulti and just entering into that super armor mode, they're just gonna last for almost 8 seconds. So that's gonna be quite a long time to block away all those damage out by Nirvana.
Yes, let's see the rest. Let's see what's their next move's gonna be, like Team Hong Kong China. For me, like I think they're applying the same old strategy. You know?
5 versus some people from Team MACAU China. You see like every single time. Team Hong Kong China try to rotate in groups. Always trying to make numbers advantage when they're trying to initiate.
The strategy is the same all the time. Like gaining the priority in the middle lane and help Marco Polo, and once it gets the bottom laner, like bottom laning priority, they make it into a 5-0 formation and trying to find some chances in the middle.
And once we were talking about all of those trades, actually Zai Zai really had his bad times. Another gank on Zai Zai. And as for Team Hong Kong China, they try to even it up, so they take away this behemoth.
You know, sometimes what really matters is that even though you're being surrounded 1 versus 3, so which means that you'll be stalling 3 members time at most. So what really matters is that what will be the next move for the rest of the teams trying to get more things in return, so that making this a even trade.
And CHU, he tried to do a lot of damage down, and I would say that was actually really dangerous for CHU. But Zaza just saves him. Shang Wanwan jumps in and deal massive amount of damage, but make it as a 1-1 trade.
You know, this is one way trying to fight back. If your opponent use Shang Wanwan, you gather around in a small group, which means that the ultimate, even though the ultimate has been released, but you can like commonly share those bursting damage from Shang Wanwan's ultimate, making that each single hit a less like damaging one, so you can possibly absorb and soak in those damage. Kiki went down 1-1 trade for both teams.
It's really interesting to see those clear strategies that are executing by both teams.
Oh, Hope is playing very aggressively, using the dash, marching in closer, getting those normal attacks onto Guan Yu.
Because he already landed his first ability, that mark on Guan Yu, so up to 4 stacks is gonna let it explode and cause great damage.
Yeah, the situation stayed the same. Like Team Hong Kong, after several like very good team fights initially, they start to lose their ways. They start to lose of getting those very decisive decisions for the team.
Kiki's been targeting, deal great damage upon that specific enemies, and now he tried to back to life, but it seems like a lot of people are surrounding him.
Yeah, like Ace is really aggressive. What he want to do is doing this 1-1 trade.
Why? I mean, like, why each team are doing such a painful job on both mid laners, you know? I can just feel the pain of both mid laners. It's always going to be a 1-1 mate trade.
Yes. I think, like, Ace really want to look up more, right? Like, for Team Macau China, they expect once the Shang Wanwan are using ultimate diving in after these, you are supposed to make more things in return. For example, he might be followed by Louis' ultimate, the Fallen God, might help the entire team trying to gain more in this type of team fights. So yeah, I think like Team Macau China, they can just release all the tension. It's going like deeper, more straightforwardly, trying to follow up Ace damage, because Shang Wanwan, those damage will be quite like shredded down as the time goes by. So you better like cherish every moment and second you got. All right, very close one for CHU, but he managed to stay alive. But unfortunately, it's going to be traded by Guan Yu.
Double cloud goes over to Ace, but I do like the way how Dai Dai is playing right now with this Guan Yu. You know, even at the last moment, I just keep fighting. I make it an even trade.
Like, I almost think it's a good thing for CHU trying to escape with such a low HP bar. But yeah, Dai Dai stepping out saying, nah, that will be impossible for you, trying to escape away. So at the very end, to conclude, it will be still a 1-2 trade favoring Team Macau China. So they're trying to speed up. That's a good sign. It's a good information for the entire team, because, yeah, with the help of Boiler, with the extra life offered by his ultimate, I think they can accept to do more like frequently like team fights. They're trying to initiate more.
True. Not even mentioned to they still got Boiler on their side, right? Boiler's ulti is gonna provide them extra life during the team fight, and that's gonna be really vital during those mid stage.
Yes.
So I would say things are looking pretty good to Team Macau China, and we can see the Siege Breaker has been built up for Lubu, for Louis.
Yeah, 1-4 formation. Let's see the 4 members from Team Macau China getting their hands on this dark behemoth, and see the rest of the team fights while Alan's been knocked up but not followed by any other following out damage, because like Marco Polo is trying to spot where Ace is. Like, yeah, it's like a hide and seek game all the time. Like Ace is hiding vision all the time, and what like Team Hong Kong China really want to do is to find out.
Yeah, for Aolin, his flash has been forced out, and let's see Ace trying to dive right in again and make it to a 1-2 trade.
Yep.
Nice job done by Ace.
It's a very good time for Team Macau China to engage, because they have the extra life. They have like, I always think that the Boiler will be cost-free hero to choose, because you can accept the result of making mistakes, right? You can always use the resurrection to bring those members alive.
Nirvana out to in, activate his Purify and try to take that boiler down.
Like forced out the ulti from Owling at the same time.
Yeah.
Like Team Hong Kong China is fighting back really hard. They're not just simply gonna be the receiver of Team Macau China's invitation. Right? They're constantly engaging. They're not afraid to do the team fights going against Team Macau China. It's because they're good. They're really like, they have a very good mages like Kali all the time. Those ultimate by Kali will be like, taking those HP from the frontliner of Team Macau China all the time.
True. And also, due to this Kali, actually there's no need to worry about the milling tower.
Yes.
And we can see again the milling just, you know, be crowded with people. Everyone tries so hard to take down that milling tower. But the thing is, for both teams, it's not going to be an easy mission. The Macau China, it looks like they tried to prioritize their milling tower more, so that's going to be a really good sign for them because they already did a greater job compared to the last game. And now another skirmishes are happening on the red side, the red blue buff side, and Arta just absorbing so much damage that he can't even bear that. Arta was out of the battle, so it's going to be the time for Luis to come in.
Oh, knockback 3!
YS made such a great highlight. But the problem is the burst damage wouldn't be enough. So Ace said, alright, now my time to shine. I'm gonna clean up all those battlefield.
Very nice.
Here comes Ao Lin, tried to bring his ulti and brought his ally back to life.
And wow, taking those takedowns for Team Macau China. They are chasing back greatly. Like everyone just follows once Ace dives in, and they're using the extra life. They're using funds like bursting damage, trying to take more things to the team. And let's see the waves here. They're getting turrets and the high ground tower on the top side of the map, and the Devil will be taken down one more time since he cannot bear the true damage from this. Kiki tries really hard trying to clean away, but it will be wiped out by Kali's burst ability, giving them extra time waiting for the resurrection time for the rest teammates of Team Hong Kong China.
That was such a beautiful team fight. Let's watch the replay again. Well, first of all, actually all of those damage already been taken from Team Hong Kong China. And actually Ace wait for a really nice timing to jump in, right? Just maximize his first damage from his ulti. And then check Hope's position. You know, it's just like endless doing all of those damage on Team Hong Kong China's member. So at the end, Team Macau China make it as a 0-4 trade.
You know what Owling did great just now is that he's like body blocking those swords from Kiki's ultimate, trying to protect Shangguan R1, and once he's really low and he really is searching for those moments, trying to initiate, he actually stuns 2 and making Hope can like follow up the damage and get 2 more takedown for the team. And I also have to highlight one more person, like CHU stands out in trying to shoulder those damage from Kali once again for the team. Like they're acting entirely as a team. Those teamwork are there, like those simultaneously like done by all the players. It's a showcase of their teamwork and the team spirits, I would say.
I mean, it seems like they are playing as like totally, they're taking individual responsibilities in their comp.
Yep.
And the cohesion can be seen from this team right now. And Guan Yu has been watched out by Lu Bu. Luis is always keep his eyes on JJ.
Now China completely leading in the gold. A very huge gap between two teams in the sense of the total gold, so which means that the frontliner will be tankier than ever, and the backlines, those damage from Hope and Ace, will be very difficult for Team Hong Kong China's like teammates trying to absorb and digest. Let's see, Devil have the Ominous Premonition, while Team Macau trying to get their hands on the Dark Behemoth one more time.
And I would say the next few minutes would be the great chance for Team Macau China to try to close out the game and make it a tie.
Yes.
Because we mentioned about how weak Shangguan would be in the late game, and like because of the gold difference is quite significant, right? It's over like 8,000 gold lead to Team Macau China. So I would say this would be the best time for them to close out the game.
Let's see what will be the decision for Team Hong Kong China.
In Hong Kong, China, they really need to rely a lot on those counter-attack because we know that they got really nice CC. So they can just, be a little bit more patient and wait for Team MACAU China to initiate first and do some really nice fight back.
Yeah, I think the clear choice is that you need to fight back, right? You're searching for that opportunity where like Team MACAU China actually made some mistake. You're expecting this kind of thing to happen. But if they really dives in doing a 5 versus 5 team fight, I think they have less possibility of winning because like these like 10,000 gold deficits, the damage are not enough.
Yeah.
And one more time, Jai is like stepping out too far away from the teammates. There's no way that teammates can try to rescue him on the top side while Lewis get another takedown.
And that's going to be a really nice cue for Team MACAU China since they got numbers advantage. That's what why make them be in favor. And CHU already blocked all of those damage away and trying to sending those minions into the tower.
Attract those attentions, right, from 3 members from Team Hong Kong China. And they want to put a ending sign of this game initiated by the Fallen God and get one more high ground turret to their side. They want to search for more even though they have only minor like number of the waves a little bit. They are waiting for the next round of waves being get it on to the high ground tower. Marco Polo tries really hard.
He make it! Hey, such a great highlight! After this outstanding performance, I would say Team MACAU China, they really had a great chance to close out the game. Zai came into the battle and a really nice push. Two people have control back into the fountain because of the damage dealt by those crystals and the fountains. Actually, Team Hong Kong China can make it.
But there's too many ways. I see 3 members remaining down there.
Utilizing all those minion waves and got this crystal down. Congratulations to Team MACAU China. Make it to a tie.
Very perfect display of their own skills and very high quality game to the side of Team MACAU China because you are seeing that they're constantly competing with their opponent and actually they wins every single time. That ace every single time the ultimate is being released out there, those damage will be aiming at the right target. I think that like Team MACAU China is like really observing what their opponent's gonna do. I think they have chosen pretty similar like compositions and the way they're playing the game, the rotations and how it's gonna be the strategies is like literally the same. So like Team MACAU China know what's your next move is gonna be and they will be there ready for the battles. That's what makes like Team MACAU China really skilled and really like have a lot of advantages in the early 10 minutes. And once you take a look at the like gold board, like 10,000 gold lead is being displayed and leaning on the side of Team MACAU China. So it will be like really hard. It seems seemingly impossible for Team Hong Kong China trying to fight back and become the winner.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, we do love the way how Team MACAU China trying to flex their strategy. Let's see, like this time for the drafting, actually, they try to prioritize their mid laners, right? Let Ace to use his best performance hero, which would be the strong one, try to carry in his allies, and he really did a great job.
Yeah, I like this
always
word
stand
especially.
out.
Yes, always stand out. That's the reason why they always stuck to the plan of giving Ace this kind of assassin, right? They use Rust, they use Shangguan for the second, and yeah, I think the Shangguan really works better than the game before. And yeah, I think every single time those ultimate knights right there, those bursting damage, it's will be a nightmare towards every member from Team Hong Kong China. And because you're so leading the game, so your magical like pierce and your magical damage will be a great deal for those backline trying to absorb.
Because it's gonna be granted by all those items in lead.
Yes.
Yeah, no doubt. And also like for Team MACAU China, I always say compared to those games that they played, I am really impressed about how fast they are to making all of this progress. Actually, they just keep a really calm mindset and just observing how their opponents are playing. So the greatest thing that they did in this game would be like they prioritized their mid tower a lot. So actually the mid tower didn't fall that early, right, compared to game 1. So actually they got really nice towers and helped them to, gain a lot of things.
And for Team Hong Kong China, if they want to secure down the points, like the scores, it will be the only one because you have to differentiate you with your opponents, right? Who's going to be the third game winner is going to be the whole winner for the entire BO3 series.
For sure.
So what they really need to do is that instead of changing your top side duo, I think they can just trying to find another way, another strategy, how they find advantages to their team. Maybe how they want to do is kind of like they're fully observed by their opponent. So you'll be like very pure to your opponent. They know what you want to do, and yeah, that will be causing you quite a lot of problems. But I think the performance from JJ, this very last move from Guan Yu,
yeah, love it.
super powerful, very good one. Using
the
the
lasting
passive
fight.
all the time, pushing the opponent to the crystal. We're using the crystal as the very last hit to the opponent. It's very nice.
I mean, for Zai Zai, definitely he had such a deep understanding towards Guan Yu, and he's quite doing a really smooth react to all of those damage. And I am really glad to see this kind of performance has been showed up in our battles. And this time, our LG Super A player goes over to Hope Fun,
the archer for the team.
Yeah.
509 for the KDA, 70% of the kill and participation, and damage dealt. Very good data, 31% for the entire team. And if you are there like trying to compare the time they need for both teams to get the actual win for their side. I mean, for Team Hong Kong China, they spend over 30 minutes trying to win that game. But on the other side, let's say like Team Macau China only used like around 17 minutes. It means that how to do the snowball, they're definitely going to be the better one during this kind of process of the game. So yeah, I think that we will be taking a short break before the game 3 actually start, and just wait and see.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
The road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The Arena of Valor Asian Games version Honor of Kings event will span a total of 6 days, from June 27 to July 2nd. Out of the 5 regions in Asia, South Asia, and West Asia will merge to form a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete individually. Each region will host its own regional competitions. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The East Asia region will witness an exciting battle among 3 teams: People's Republic of China, Hong Kong China, Macau China. Who will emerge victorious and claim the top spot? The call to battle has been sounded. Which team will rise above the rest and embark on the journey to the Asian Games? There is only one way to find out.
Greeting from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in East Asia. Lying on the eastern part of the continent and located west of the Pacific Ocean, East Asia is one of the world's most densely populated regions. Esports in East Asia thrive with a well-established ecosystem and many talented and dedicated teams. It is now recognized as an integral part of the region's cultural identity. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, teams from the People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, China, and Macau, China will compete in the arena as one of the 4 great ancient civilizations of the world. China has a long history and has nurtured a diverse culture of esports. Players from all over China will surely put on an unparalleled gaming experience. Victoria Harbour has witnessed the golden age of pop culture in Hong Kong, China, and will observe outstanding performances by its players today. As an international free port, Macau, China is known for its openness and inclusiveness, and this spirit is also reflected in its esports culture. We wish the young players from East Asia, as part of their RDAG journey, promote sportsmanship, compete proudly, and make the most of the 2022 RDAG Regionals.
All right, welcome back, and I assure you guys it's going to be the last game between these two
Definitely.
teams.
Since we're doing best of 3, right?
Yes.
Since we're doing best of 3, so actually the first team who win 2 games is going to be the result.
Yes, the final result comes to who's going to be the winner between Team Hong Kong China and Team Macau China. And yeah, we actually are talking about those strategy from Team Hong Kong China, right? Because like we believe the hero polls and those composition polls from Team Macau China will be deep enough to cover the entire series. But we have like a question mark for Team Hong Kong China because from now on, this will be the 3rd game we see from their performances, and yeah, will like surprisingly similar results are being picked for their composition. So I was really wondering whether they have like more things and more heroes hiding beneath this.
True. I know that kind of concern actually we're holding towards Team Hong Kong China would be actually the comp would always be stay the same, and also the execution about how they're gonna play during the game actually is quite fixed. You see, like they put a lot of effort try to take down that milling tower. It's a good thing for them to acknowledge that the importance of that milling tower. But the problem is, if you just put in like overweighted into that milling tower, and also it's gonna sort waste of time.
Yeah, you can sort of summarize how they do in the game is that actually they want to do the rotation to help like Marco Polo dealing with the fact that he's doing the laning, going against Fan or Sun Shangxiang all the time for both games. And after like helping Marco Polo during the laning difficulties, they gather around to use 5-0 formation and wait for some opponent to arrive in the middle lane. So if you stick to this plan all the time, this kind of strategy will be like fully like observed by your opponent.
Yeah,
that's a showcase of like how Team Macau China really knows what to do. They're focusing on pushing those side lanes, you know, the split pushing strategy will be applied from the Team Macau China. And if they are ready, they're using the ultimate from Shang Guanwar all the time, trying to dive in, trying to get a straight hit to the backlines.
They already made several decent changes in their drafting. For example, instead of picking all of those assassins to let CHU to carry the game, actually they just try to prioritize their mid laners more because they know that for Ace, his Shang Guanwar just can accelerate the attacking pace, and at the same time, it shows us how cautious that Team Macau China was trying to guard their milling tower.
And I think for Team Macau China, it will be really a cool thing to do if you're 1 point behind your opponent, and finally at the very end, you're gonna make 2 points back. Okay, some substitution happened right there, like Team Hong Kong China is choosing to substitute with
Xingling for YS.
For YS. So yeah, I was really hoping to see some new chemistry going on, because like switching the support player will be completely changing the gaming styles, right? We talked about this earlier because normally we assume that the support player will be the shot caller for the entire team. Maybe the coach wanted to change into a complete, like, brand new gaming strategies using this kind of substitution change. So just wait and see.
And Qinling just been put in such great pressure, right? Since we've mentioned about this going to be the last
match point.
The tie is the match point. And let's see the draw first. Dive right into game 3. Team Hong Kong China choose to stay at the blue side, and as for Team Macau China, gonna stay at the red.
Yeah, like, just imagine the pressure you're gonna be feeling.
Yeah.
And your team, your entire team are facing the fact that you're at the match point and you got like substitute on. Just trying to release and best hope for the player as well. Let's see. Like, Team Hong Kong China stayed on the blue side, while Team Macau China were on the red side.
Retargeting them, right?
Yes.
Directly towards on your players. Those 3 heroes that have been used by Team Macau China definitely gained them several wins. So this time Team Hong Kong China just ban it away, to do it clean and neat.
But you know, after all, like, Raz is there. Like, Raz is available. If like Ace want to pick a assassin mage, like, Raz is available all the time for him.
I don't know, because we know that the difference between Raz and Shang Guanwan would be like their power, right? They're gonna be so powerful in totally different stage. Shang Guanwan can just carry the team in the early stage, but as for Raz, it takes time.
I think that Team Macau China knows what to do because they're comparing who can initiate more, the boiler or the lumber, or Zhang Fei, and they find out the fact that with the extra life offered, like, we'll have like less. We'll have more opportunities using boiler, and at the same time we'll be offering extra gold to the archer. There's always a reason explaining why boiler is so popular.
Yeah, definitely gonna be the meta pick.
Guan Yu again. Yeah, I think like Jai will be very confident of being this hero, and those performance, those rotation done by Jai, I think it's good enough.
Yeah. And for Kiki, first time he changed his hero choice into the Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao could be another really popular choice in our journey in Road to Asian Games, right? Because Xiao Qiao can do great burst damage. And you know, I got that kind of feeling for Team Hong Kong China would be like, after this substitution has been made, it seems like they try to prioritize their archer more.
Yep, of course.
Just like maybe they will play in a more aggressive way and try to do a really nice bottom duel.
And what's really interesting is that like Team Macau China, they're using Alta as a jungler while Lu Bu as a top laner. So normally we'll assume that Lu Bu will spend quite a lot of time trying to farm out, trying to get those items needed in the middle of the game. But like the initial damage from Team Macau China, if you only take a look at the top side of the map, I think it's quite insufficient, right? Ata and Lu Bu, they're tanky enough initially, but if you consider the fact that whether they have enough damage to pull off the skirmish happen in the jungles, I think it will be depending on the rotations from their mid lanes, right? So Raz really needs to help the top side of the map a lot. And yeah, I think there's one thing to be expect for is that like Team Hong Kong China, obviously they're making substitutions using another like completely brand new gaming style. So let's wait and see the performance from Qinling. How's Qingling's gonna do with the Su Lie? Because yeah, very aggressive hero in the early game. Because Su Lie will have the passive, and that passive will be offering Su Lie with an extra life. Wow, double lives.
Yeah.
for both
teams.
Supports.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only difference is like that you will have like a longer cooldown if you're waiting for the passive Su Lie, but as the ultimate from Tai and Boiler all the time. Just waiting for the cooldown, not a quite long time.
I would say before 4 minutes, everything just gonna stay exactly the same as game 1 or game 2. Everyone just gonna, you know, play defensively and being really cautious, trying to get the level of level 4.
But I think Lu is super confident with the Lu Bu pick, and just now I think that Lu Bu performance is super cool, like Siege Breaker. Like very soon he will have a Siege Breaker and doing a lot of bursting damage to backlines.
Siege Breaker will always be considered as one of those luxuries.
Major item.
Yeah, and also like it's really expensive, right? And for those confront laners, just like Lu Bu, takes a lot of time for him to build it up.
Wow, Nirvana is being knocked up by Owlin. Let's see, the HP is quite low, so he have to retreat back and given hope this laning.
Both Archer played in such a fierce way.
Yes, very aggressive.
Yeah.
Normally, if you use Gongsun Li, if you use well, your second ability will be dodging those damage, those stunnings. But yeah, I think the aiming of the skills from Team MACAU China is very skillful, very experienced. They're waiting for the location where this parasol is and just goes up and stuns Gongsun Li.
And also they did a really nice HP trade, so let Nirvana to get back to Fountain. It's gonna, sort of waste of time and just let Team MACAU China to gain the priority to clean up all those minions. The opening set was doing quite good in details that we can see from Team MACAU China.
Yeah, 2 versus 2, this kind of duel, double duels are doing quite fierce, like lanings.
Oh,
it's
gonna explode!
Yeah, it's gonna explode. But with the passive, those beacons are right, and then what you have to do with Gongsun Li, trying to surround and lighten up those beacons, and you can just successfully revive Sulie. But since Sulie, the ultimate's been active, so it's gonna be less tankier than ever.
Yeah.
Without the passives, it'll be
like no second chance.
Yeah, vulnerable.
And there's some details that if you want to step on those beacons and you light it up, it will help you to gain extra movement speed.
Yes, of course.
And also some HP recovery. So that's some details worth mentioning if you want to play with this build.
Oh, look at CHU being targeted, but with this tankier body using Ata, so absorb all the damage from the 4 members from Team Hong Kong China.
Yeah. Nice dodge.
Nice dodge.
From Hope. Like the second ability will let him to be untargetable, and that let him to get a nice dodge from Kiki's first ability, Defend.
Sometimes I think like Ata will be very perfect heroes when it comes to the design. He will have immunity, he will have those initiation skills. He is also a very tanky hero, and also he can get in the roles in the top lane trying to initiate, but also he can clean away quite not very slow comparing with the other like tankier junglers.
True.
Very well-rounded hero in our game. All right, Team Hong Kong China is looking for some initiation down below, but I think like Team MACAU China, these 2 members are very sensitive, using the passive by fun, observing that there might be some danger after all.
Another gank trying to do something on JJ, and Lubu tried to break his ultimate. He's taking in so many damage, but the problem is there's no way for Zai Zai to get out.
I think Luis is patient enough to get this takedowns.
He even saved his flash,
Yes. This is a strategy, right? Like Team MACAU China, they're trying to help Luis getting more gold, farm up like sooner than ever, and using like A's burst ability trying to restrict Jai Jai's farming up.
True. And also, it seems like Team MACAU China they set a certain strategy towards Team Hong Kong China would be like they know that Hong Kong China trying to play around their Archer, right? Like Nirvana definitely gonna be the carrier from Team Hong Kong China. So they're just trying to lock him up and trying to pressure a lot at the farming lane.
Completely agree. Let's see the invasion from Team MACAU China. This is one of the best like merits from them. We can see that as long as they have those advantages in the learning, they will be appearing on your jungles. This is what like Team MACAU China really did well, so sophisticated in, because they have deeper understanding of the game. They know how to snowball. Instead of picking up those great team fights on the sidelines, they know what to do. They're trying to steal away all the resources from Team Hong Kong China.
Right. And now another invasion can be seen from the screen. The blue buff already been under control for CHU.
Oh, A's cleaned away using the skill. There's nothing happen. I think with like Ross doing solo with Guan will be losing those advantages, right?
Quite annoying.
Constantly interrupted.
Try to do some fight back, but Lubu is just being really deep. But however, with the ultimate provided by Owlin, he can escape away from the battlefield, and that's gonna be the time for Hope to chase him down. But let's see, Gongsun Li using his power, so try to dodge a lot of damage out, but still can't make it.
Yeah, it's quite good because they're planning on initiate, right? Like even though Louis is quite surrounded, but he used the ultimate to jump into the crowd at the same time because he know that he will be resurrected by the ultimate from Boiler. So they have this planned in mind. It's not a very like a random choices to use the Fallen God. It's been taken back one more time so that like Team MACAU China, they're absorbing those damage in the very first round from their opponents. And actually, I think the ability are completely used up. It's giving like Hope extra spaces and extra time trying to deal his damage, even though like Fawn is quite low in the mana. He really needs to revive this.
He's almost out of mana because he's trying his best to flash in and doing those constant normal attacks without using abilities. Also want to get more takedowns.
Yeah, I really like this because you can see the team spirit from Team MACAU China.
True.
They communicate with each other quite fast so that they can make this kind of team fight happen.
And actually we can like see a lot of details done by Team MACAU China that how they are using those abilities. For example, for this Ata, which CHU is playing, I saw him several times, you know, using his immunity get away of those hard CC.
Let's see, 2 versus 1. Lubu has been knocked up by Xiao Chao's second ability, but
farming lane. 2 versus 1. Zai Zai is trying to gain more time for his L1, try to aid, and the CC can be seen already. Lubu break his ultimate, try to block away all of those enemies. Nice takedown down by Luz, and it's time to do something on this Nirvana. Nirvana, though he's full of multibility, but there's no way for him to get away from those surroundings.
Like perfect combo chain, super cool, like in connection with one another, right? You're seeing the Fallen God lying right there, is targeting Kiki. There's no way Kiki can go. And once the Owling feel comfortable, I think that he's pretty sure that the damage will be followed up. Using the flash chicken and stunned Gong Sun Li. Very versatile, very flexible hero. It's really a difficult task for Boiler trying to aim directly at Gong Sun Li. I just imagine how many dashes Gong Sun Li have. The design of Gong Sun Li.
True.
Wow, cool. I think like Team MACAU China is enjoying the game, like starting from the second game of the matchup. I think that they're fully adjusted to this kind of vibe.
Definitely. And we already can see 5,000 goal lead goes over to Team MACAU China.
Yes, exactly. Let's see their next move. Team MACAU China controlling the neutral objective, controlling this Overlord. With the Vanguards, it's going to be helping them a lot, trying to push their way further.
Wow! Again! Another theft done by Team Hong Kong China, and it seems like they want to make a lot of things happen, and double already been going into double, and Zai tried to do a nice job, and now he's still chasing down, he's still targeting at CHU's Ata, but Ata is really tanky.
Yeah, a lot of things are happening for today's matchups, especially for this one. We've seen CHU stealing those dragons away from their opponents for 3 times, right? 3 times in one roll. And even for Kiki, it's not a common thing to see when you're using Xiao Qiao at the mages and you steal the dragon away from your opponent, only use your first ability, the fan. Yeah, we know that the fan is going to be dealing quite a lot of damage, right? So you have to be careful. Make some simple calculation of the HP remaining for the neutral objective and just directly aim for this. You might succeed. And the result of doing this will be hugely beneficial for your own team.
True. Like they even up the dragons. And the preceding setting was really important because actually Team MACAU China at that time trying to claim double dragon, but the problem is they take the one on the upper side of the map first, so that's what brought them the debuff to do less damage towards the Behemoth.
Knocks up 2, but no falling damage. So they use an ultimate driving in. Let's see the Fallen God, even though Louis is brought very, very low. He's surrounded by the teammates from Team Hong Kong China. There's no way to go. So at the very end will be a 1-2 trade, still favoring the side of Team Hong Kong China. Well, they turned this game over because you take a look at the gold board. Very
this might be the turning point.
Very close one, like 2,000. Not impossible to climb up with.
I mean, before they steal away that Behemoth, and also before this team fight, actually the goal difference was quite significant.
Yes.
But after all of those things happened, in the last like 3 minutes, actually they try to minimize the goal difference.
At the moment where Xiao Qiao steals this neutral objective, it's very important. It's because that will be the starting point for the opponent, which will be Team Macau China trying to do the snowball. So they kind of put a stop sign in the beginning of the snowball process. All right, they're fighting for the dragon again, and this time Devil will be the one to secure down this behemoth.
Devil said, no more. That's it.
Stop
That's it. You know, you can take 1, you can take 2, you can take 3 times, but
Never the
not
fourth
this
time.
one.
Yes.
Never. It
Super
will
confident.
never happen again.
Yeah, this will be the time to test how like Team Macau China is really want to do for the next round, because definitely they're going to be facing those difficulties. Okay, the Fallen got ready, trying to secure down Qinling. Qinling have to go back, and Nirvana dashing in, using the ultimate pull back move one more time. A double takedown will be provided to Nirvana. They are still chasing one more target. Knocking back with
Pushing
Sulie.
back. Raz trying to came in, trying to brought everything
they're
back.
searching for
but
an ace.
It's just give the triple over to Nirvana, and that was such a really beautiful team fight done by Team Hong Kong
Look at the
China.
ways. While Hope do this, he can only do this solo because they have to wait an extra 20 seconds.
Wow, that's a long time. The only hope is on Hope.
Yes, let's see what he can do. He have the ultimate ready, and I think that as long as he can choose a great location to put those ultimate in, there's no way that Team Hong Kong China can protect their wave.
I mean, I'm really
dangerous.
surprised.
Really dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really surprised about how tight it is of the coordination that we can see from Team Hong Kong China, right? After they did this substitution, they made this rotation. Actually, the CC, right? The whole CC just complete in a perfect way.
I could say this will be the best like substitution we saw for the tournament. You can see like Team Hong Kong China are completely changing into a different level.
Yeah.
Speaking of their decisive like decision making, speaking of how they actually perform during the team fights, very decisive, and I think they have a stronger mentality at the same time. Like take away that behemoth, really like bring a lot of confidence up for them.
True. And also like the coherence that we can see from Team Hong Kong China so far. We can see all of those hard CCs during the team fight, and also the positioning, right? Sulie in the front of the line, and also Zai Zai every time trying to sneak into the rear and trying to step in after all of those preceding controllability or damage or already being taken on members from Team Macau China.
Oh, this is a very crucial moment for Team Macau China.
True.
You know, they really have to figure out how to turn this over again.
Can't stand for another loss, I would say.
Crucial point.
Zai Zai already been
top lane.
sneaked
Look at
into
the
that
top
bush.
lane.
No one actually realized that
Yeah.
there's someone just ambushing there.
Those super minions is gonna be causing a lot of problems if like Team Macau China really needs to engage. But right now, I think their only option is trying to split push it a little bit and trying to secure down the top side of the map. Those waves they really need to take care of. That fact.
But I mean, like, the fact is, if they really trying to do that push, the only hero from Team Macau China's comp would be this Rat.
Yes, of course.
But as the time goes on, Rat would be really crucial due to the whole comp.
Of course. Because we can always use the mini-map, right? Trying to find out where your opponent is lying down. And if you choose to clean the wave, you'll be showing your appearance up in the top side. Which means that maybe Team Hong Kong China is going to be forcing into engagement on the bottom side. Making like Ross have to travel a long way trying to get in and participate. It will be a pressure time for Team Hong Kong China.
I mean, as long as Raz just show up, right, just break his vision from the mini-map, that's going to be the starting cue for Team Hong Kong China try to do something.
Yes, let's see this Dark Behemoth, who is going to be the mastery of this dragon one more time. It's super close, but it's secured down by Ace.
I'm so worried about the fan, you know, that pinky fan.
Every single time there's one team, right, ready to take one more dragons to the other side, I'm afraid it's going to be staying away. So because this happens a lot in this matchup.
I mean, you never know. You never know who's going to do that last strike, you know.
Yeah. I got super nervous when they're trying to fight for
Not even mentioned to both junglers.
Yes, of course. The smart we have is super important. Yeah. Let's see, Aling using the second ability detect, like spotted some of the opponents in the river. I heard some noises. The howling ambulance
trying
are
to
right there.
initiate.
Now trying to knock
Nice,
back.
beautiful. That was so tight.
Look at Xiao Qiao.
Sudden
Sudden takedown
to
by
face
Ace.
the assassin. He's just going a little bit overcommitted, but no worries. There's still going to be so many tanks standing for Team Hong Kong China.
Look
So
at
actually, they're still
Nirvana.
holding the position and even chasing down more. That's going to be a 2-4 trade.
Nice engaging by Jaja. Like make a lot of things happen on this game, and seeing like Nirvana still survives, and Alling will be the only one surviving for trying to save the game, but he's the support. What can he do? Trying to clean away, so totally knocked back and trying to be distance away from the wave they have. I think Team Hong Kong is ready for this.
He tried so hard. Well,
He really tried.
Buy more time.
He
Still
really
need 5 more
tried.
minutes.
The
And
time
he
is
can't
ticking.
stand for more. And now it's time for Team Hong Kong China. Congratulations. 2-1 win against Team Macau China.
Amazing games, amazing games. I would say like amazing is a most correct term trying to describe what we saw earlier. These 3 games are equally amazing to watch, to catch, to appreciate. And one more thing to highlight, like Team Hong Kong China, they're facing a lot of danger, a lot of attention by their opponents. I mean, game 2, like Team Macau China is putting a lot of threats on them. Actually, they only spent 17 minutes trying to finish the game. And actually, like a Team Hong Kong China tries really hard. They have a substitution and they are changing their whole gaming vibe and turn this over and over again, become the final winner of this BO3 series.
Yeah, do you know, I can even feel those enthusiasm
Yes, of
from
course.
Team Hong Kong China, because
Heat
since
it up.
we are actually in the same arena, we can hear the voice that they are making right now. You know, everyone just cheering up. What
Of
a tough game, but we make it.
Yeah, deserved, fully deserved. Like,
Yeah.
enjoy your game, enjoy your time. It's a moment where you really shines up, right?
True, true.
This BO3 takes a long time, but I think every single second is worth watching.
Love it.
It feels really surely, you know, after the 3 games. So yeah, I think huge appreciation should be given to both teams by giving us such an amazing matchup to watch and to cast as well. Yeah, we really enjoy the whole vibe and the whole atmosphere, and literally lift my body temperature up earlier. I feel a little bit hot in here. It's a good game after all.
Yeah, because you know, when we were casting this game, it feels like it's really tight. I'm sure that all of our audience, which is keep watching our live stream, definitely can feel that, right? A lot of turning points, a lot of pivots can be seen, like time to time and step by step. It could always be unpredictable to cast these 2 teams play against each other.
Wow, such a difficult task trying to guess out who's going to be the final winner. I think like Team Macau China actually performed quite well initially, right? In the beginning of the game, they're actually winning, but just after Kiki get the behemoth to their side, everything changes.
That's a turning point.
Yeah, it's a completely very obvious turning point for Team Hong Kong China, not to mention their mentality, but also they just suddenly knows what to do after this, right? Like, Louis tries really hard. This is a wonderful team fight from Team Macau China. But after that, like, Dragon's been thrown away, I think like Team Hong Kong China have a like more determined purpose.
Yeah.
They know what to do during the
one.
team fight, and Chinglin did a really good job trying to initiate, trying to knock up the opponents and giving themselves very limited spaces to survive.
Like again in the early stage, right? They do fall behind a little bit, but after that,
Perfect
still
control.
all
Perfect
of those control ability, that was visually stunning, right? Every single ability just been heard into exactly the time, the moment. And the cohesion, I do believe that still really bulk up
And
his
Jai
allies.
acts a very crucial role in every team fight. The participation, how he uses ultimate to knock back those opponents, it will be super important for the entire team.
This one, for
Yeah, this
example,
one.
like the angle.
Entrance, yes.
Yeah, it's really nice one, and we can see like the coherence, right? And we mentioned it again and again.
What's so crazy about the team fight is that they're standing in middle of 2 turrets.
Tower dive.
So, yeah, they're like team Macau China, they even have the help with the turrets aggro, right? They're using the turrets damage, trying to fight back. But I think that Team Hong Kong China is so decisive. They have a clear calculation of how much damage they can use to shoulder and how much they cannot. So they let Devil shoulder up those turrets damage all the time and just trying to let Nirvana shine through. And Nirvana really did it. Like those flexibility, those Gongsun Li is everywhere. Even though that Kiki is being brought down suddenly by Ace.
Kiki was playing an insane way. You know, he's playing just like an assassin. You know, break his ulti and try to flash in.
But yeah, Devil plays really, really well. The Audi Super 8 player will be awarded to this specific player as well.
He's given such a nice vision to all of his allies, and also all of those CC initiated from his first ability, right? Once he launched his blade and he landed on certain target, it's just gonna be activated for the second time to do the knockup, and that's gonna be a slight detail for them to complete all of the CC.
Like for me, it's almost a mission impossible trying to fight a victorious team fights, especially when you're starting and standing between two turrets of your opponents. Miracle happens, right?
Correct.
And we are ready for the interview and just give our time to Jacob.
All right, thank you, casters. Welcome to the interview. I'm your host, Jacko, and now we have the confronting land, Zai Zai from Team Hong Kong China. 大家好，欢迎来到采访席，我是嘉豪。现在站在我旁边是来自中国香港代表队的边路选手仔仔，来跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是中国香港的边路仔仔。
Okay, welcome. So first, congratulations for 2-1 winning this game. This is really a tight game. Even 30 minutes left in the first game. So how do you feel right now after you won this game? 然后首先恭喜你们2-1赢下这场比赛，也是非常的困难啊。这场比赛打得非常的激烈啊。然后第一场比赛甚至僵持了有30分钟之久。赢下这场比赛之后，你现在的感受如何？
就是我们整个队伍都觉得很兴奋、很开心吧，就整个比赛都很刺激。
We are so excited and feel this game so exciting game. Okay, so the next question is how's your team adjust yourself after you losing a game? 就是在第二场比赛你们输了之后，你们是做了怎样的一个调整？
就是尝一下我们选手跟教练互相安慰和调整一下 BP 的策略吧。
The teammates and the coach, we communicate with each other and set another strategy for the next game. So the next question is, next team, you're gonna get against with the team China. So do you have the confidence to defeat them or not? 就是下一场比赛你们将要面对的是中国代表队，你们有没有信心呢？
虽然没有什么信心，可是我们还是会全力以赴吧。
Even though you feel not that full confident of that, but they would try their best to against with the team China. So thank you for the interview. 感谢仔来接受我的采访。我们一起休息一下。Let's take a break. We'll see you around.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. I'm your caster, Isaac Peña. I'm back.
I'm your caster, Tianyun Gao, and very honored to be here since this will be the very last matchup to close up the entire journey.
Right after this, that's said, right?
Yes.
This is going to be our last game. We're going to have Team Hong Kong China against Team China.
Wow, great one. I mean, I such enjoy moments and time during the whole casting process for game 2, like matchup 2. And I think like Team Hong Kong China really did amazing jobs.
No, I'm going to tell you the truth. Like this last game between Team Hong Kong China and Team MACAU China was one of the most entertaining games in the
Completely agree.
in the whole 6 days.
Yes.
Like remember that we started in day 1 with some games that they were a little bit chaotic, and then we come to the last games. The way that we just made it all the way to 30 minutes of the game in that first matchup.
And
Crazy.
hopefully like best wishes for those players, like for Team Hong Kong China. They like the post-match interview is really interesting. Like JKO is asking the question like, do you feel confident enough trying to defeat like Team China? So the answer will be like, even though we're quite low, we're quite behind, we do not have enough confidence to be the winner, but we'll try our best.
You know what? Like, you need to have that kind of confidence. There are two different things in sports.
Yes.
One of them is respect and the other one is fear. You should have respect towards your opponent, but you should never fear them.
Of
you
course.
should never have that panic of knowing like, oh, they're so good, they're so much better. No, respect them for what they are, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that you could come up with the victory, come up with a strat, come up with something different. It is not only about mechanics, it's a lot about the macro of it as well.
And on the other side of the arena, we'll see the starting lineup representing Team China. So Zimo, Nuanyang, Huajun, Qiaoxi, and Xingyu together forming a very solid group. I would say I will have 100,000 of words trying to describe what kind of very good teams they are as a unit, because they have won a lot of achievements together as a team, and I think all of the 5 players are superstars.
They know how to win. Like they know how to win. In different tournaments, they have been champions in so many different occasions that it comes down just to the difference in experience, right? One of them, they know how to put their hands on trophies. And the other team is coming in just trying to really keep going with the first good performance they had in the previous game.
And actually from like the first matchup, I think like Team China really ramped themselves up with a very solid composition instead of a really aggressive one. From game 1, we're seeing Boiler and Sun Shangxiang goes into the bottom side of the map, and actually like Qiaoxi have gained and became the Audi Super A player of that game. Very stable performance.
And on the other side of the map, you're always having a warrior and a tank, right? Like you're always having a warrior and a tank. Nuanyang like completely countered in terms of the bans, so decides just to go first with Kaiser and then with Ata in a completely different fashion to what we are used to see from Nuanyang, but still delivering.
You know, for those of you who are not so familiar with those players representing Team China, I will try my best trying to introduce you more, because I think that there's one hero. Here we go. We're gonna expect this kind of hero being picked by Nuanyang, which will be Jin.
Yes.
Very special like hero for Nuanyang, because they have a special design skin, especially for this hero, because this hero are witnessing all the great like highlights and achievement of his personal career.
We did cast together the
Of
final
course.
when he got the final MVP, and then he got the skin for himself, right? Like we did cast that one together. And since that moment up until right now, when you see that hero, the first player that comes to your mind is Nuanyang.
It
no one
gives
else.
you like a sudden impression, right? Like Nuanyang is getting those very echoing things, say on the same channel with Jin. So whether we can see Jin being played by Nuanyang will be one thing to be expect for this match.
I am really looking forward to it. I really want it to happen. And if not Jing, at least Lam. Jing or Lam, both of them would be great. And if not Jing, not Lam, what about Kregnak?
Of
Why
course.
not?
But I think there's still a question, because like for Team Hong Kong China, they are like doing this back-to-back battles, right? So those tensions are there, and they are dealing with the fact that they're facing a very powerful team. So what will be their strategy? What will be the picks Freedom side trying to perform the best version of themselves. And not to mention like Qinglin stay on the front lane, the starting up line list. This like substitution is extremely working, effective in the last game. So
we gotta spotlight him a little bit because the way that Qinglin changed the whole dynamic from Team Hong Kong China was completely different. Comes in with the Zulia, like the way that he used Zulia in the previous game just shows you how the hero needs to be played. And look at your screens, we are going to be in for a feast. Nagyan's Jing.
Super cool. He answered like our wishes and hope being answered by this BP. And the first like they are all like simultaneous, and this will be a decision of the entire team. We decide to go for the most confident hero we pick, Roz and Jin together. The Roz will be extremely aggressive when he's used by Huajun, right?
Already 2 strong assassins. So it means that for Zimo, he's gonna have to use something a little bit tankier.
Of course.
So he's gonna be the shield for the whole team.
I think that if Zimo want to take a warrior, the resources will be quite restricted for them side, right? You have to have a more balanced distribution of the gold, of the resources on your own. And that's the answer from Team Hong Kong China. I think this choices, this kind of picks is okay for them trying to digest, because they need those frontliners. They need those very tanky person to stand up to absorb the damage, the upcoming damage in the following team fight. So I think Xiaohojun and Zhang Fei is okay. And if they're followed by Lumia and Marco Polo, yes, we can see those wonderful plays and performance by Nirvana using this Marco Polo, dashes in, dashes out, very flexible.
I really like Nirvana's performance in the previous match as well. I do believe that Nirvana had some good highlights in the previous game, some ups that they were very high, and some lows that in some moments just felt completely out of place.
And actually, one thing we really need to highlight, but I'm sorry to say that, because we normally will be witnessing a completely winning lane when you have Gong Sunli going against Marco Polo. It's a very traditional like countering during the laning. So Gong Sunli will be everywhere creating those strats to Marco Polo, and I think before it gets to level 4, there's literally nothing for Marco Polo to do.
That's gonna be a tough one.
Yes.
That's gonna be a tough one. Let's wait and see how this is gonna work. As long as Team Hong Kong China's control chains are tight enough and they can find the good position and the right moment, they should have an opportunity. It's gonna depend a lot on Kiki. Kiki's Lumia, and the moment just to proc that ultimate, it's going to define most of the way that this game is going to develop.
Yeah, this is how the mechanics go. You need to gain the priority in the middle lane so that you can try to help Marco Polo dealing those very problematic like scenario and situation down below. But there lies a question, very obvious one. If like Huajun is given Kiki that chance to make the rotations.
I don't think that the option is going to be there. We know Huajun, and we know that he's not going to allow him just to take control of the river. Normal opening 2 against 2 in the mid lane. This might take control of the river sprite, but Xingyu is being pushed very low. He's going to have to base back.
Well, this rotation is quite unexpected. Huajun make a rotation to the top side while offering a lot of more vision for Zimo to make the rotation, getting these jungles away from Team Hong Kong China.
We know a lot about this team, right? And we know that that's their first goal, always. Just try to come in and take a little bit of the resources away, and that is going to allow them just to have a little bit of an advantage. Sadly for Devil, he will not have full resources for this first round of jungling.
But I think from the side of Team Hong Kong China, they still have the advantages, right? They're gaining the priority, and right now, invasion has been displayed by the side of Team China.
All right, Xingyu comes in with the dash. Is going to put him on air, and Devil is going to fall. First takedown for Team China.
There's nothing like JJ can do to stop trying to stop like Team China's invasion.
But you see that they're not in level 4 yet, but 3 level 3 heroes come in to try to control that blue. Devil has nothing but either contest it and pay with his life, or just having to just escape and run away.
This is all comes to effect and those minor skills when you want to speed up your assassin's jungling, right? You get to level 4 and getting the ultimate earlier than your opponent did, and you can make this kind of invasion happening online. Since Like, look. Take a look at the bottom side. I think that Gongsun is doing okay, going around like Nirvana.
Yeah, of course. Like right now, Chelsea, it does not have a problem with that. That's gonna be Raz, the one that is gonna come in. It's going with the help of Nuanyan. They're going to take one more person down.
Well, from now on, I think like Team Hong Kong China really needs to figuring out a way that after cleaning the wave, after gaining the priority, what will be the next move to do?
The anger of the land comes in. His broad kick, he's been taken extremely low. Normal attacks are going to send him back to base. Jaja is going to TP in, and now it's going to be Lam that has 4 members around. Armageddon launches in air 2 members from Team Hong Kong China, and right now it's going to be Team China, the one that they're going to counterattack. The Falling God comes in, lands down, and it's going to send him back. Only Kiki is going to be back right now to try to protect the turrets.
Yeah, at the very end, it will be like 1 versus like trading for 4, still favoring the side of Team China. I think that this initiation is okay, like starting point, but your location is quite predicted, right? And the diving in time for Devil is quite soon, so that you're literally giving time for Team China's teammates to trying to fight back and get ready.
Nuanyan did not even have his ultimate available for that fight, and the damage just coming in from Team China was critical for Team Hong Kong China. Right now, already 3 minutes and a half and close to a 3,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, with 7-1 of the number differences. Speaking of their takedown numbers, still, quite a lead favoring the side of Team China. And Huajun still hide in the bush, so trying to surround these 2 double lane duel.
Stun pushed back thanks to Qinling ulti. The one thing that Qinling needed to do right over there was to use his ulti, right? Huajun has eyes on Kiki, but right now it's going to be Devil, the one that's going to come to the support.
Nuanyan is here, diving in, even though he's been stunned and knocked up in the sky, but they decide to just directly went for the red instead.
They're going to take the red buff and they're going to rotate to the other side. Both neutral objectives, the Behemoth and the Overlord, available for Team China.
You know, if you take a look at the routes that Nuanyan is taking in this game, you'll find that he's not only farming up on depending on their own jungles, he's doing like a square motion where he's surrounding everywhere. Every single neutral object will be gained, and even for the opponent's side, he's farming up so fast because he's like relying on all the resources on the map.
Just what you just mentioned right now, it's going to be here. The mirror domain is proc right now. Jaja does not want to let them go. Huajun being taken extremely low. Nirvana's ult is going to be wide. Smoke comes in, slashes through, sends him back to base. JJ is going to have to flush his way out just into safety.
And we're still marching in from now on. I think the tankiness from Lubo will be good enough, trying to shoulder and soaking in those damage. And even the one good news for Team Hong Kong China is that they actually brought the 2 cores from Team China really low.
Exactly. No, I do believe that at the beginning we talked a lot about what would happen if they start with a warrior, like something like Lipu, because we thought that Nuanyan was going to be dependent on the resources coming in from the confronting lane. But since they have been having green light to take resources from the Hong Kong China jungle, that is just going to put them in a very difficult place. Kiki is going to use his ulti, trying to survive. It's going to fall. It's going to be a 1-0, 2-0 trade for Team China.
Something happened at the same time on the bottom side of the map, while Nuanyan getting 1 more takedown for the Team China. Nirvana went down, there's nothing that Qinling can do, and without the ultimate ready, I think the only choice for them is just letting this red to go to the side of Team China.
They need to let it go, and at the same time, the turret in the farming lane is going to fall. Rotation to mid lane, 3 against 1, is going to be only Jajai cleaning the wave. And they have eyes on the blue buff that is just respawned, and Jajai does not want to let it go uncontested.
The Fallen Gods right there trying to knock up 2 person.
Trying to knock up 2. Qinling does not have his ulti available, but it's going to be Lam, the one that has a good area. Nirvana has a good position, a good angle. The damage is not going to be enough as Nuanyan comes in and makes it a 3-1 trade.
Marco Polo diving in, getting the takedown for the team. But like Jin, Nuanyan is already killing spree.
That is why you should not allow this hero to disman, because in the moment that he's got it, It is not a 5v5 game no more.
You know, a very wonderful performance are done by Huajun as well, because he's waiting for this Marco Polo to dive in, right? He's waiting for the moment where Marco Polo used up all the dashes he have, and the Purify will not be available just now. And by the second he found the dashes is not available anymore, that will be the time for Huajun to dive in,
I would
trying to
say that
initiate.
the area where the fight just happened is one of the best places for Nirvana to proc his ult, because everyone is so dense, so together, that when he procs his ult, he can just really deal lots of real damage. The problem is that he does not have the items yet. And look at that, one more time, Jaja is going to be locked down by Zemo. The Armageddon launches him on air, but the turret is going to protect them.
Yeah, this is one super classy way for Team China trying to initiate. They're giving those visions to the backlines of the team. One more normal attack will be needed to get this takedown. Chelsea completely enjoying the game.
Chelsea did not even care that the turret was still standing, taking damage from the turret. Nothing that Kiki could have done to come in reply back.
Let's see the rest. I think the way that Team China is actually manipulating the whole game is because they're not given any weakness in either lanes. They're trying to give those constant pressure to their opponent, so that Team Hong Kong China, what they're feeling right now is that they cannot pick up a team fight, they cannot push their lane out, there's nothing they can do because everywhere they got surrounded that easily.
Look at the way how Zemo just literally uses his ultimate just to push everyone back. They didn't even want to go in for the takedown. Their goal was the turret. Zemo just uses his ulti as if it was no cooldown.
Yes. Yeah, this is the dual combo I want to mention, right? The collaboration between Nuanyang and Zemo is so good.
Yeah.
So perfect. Every single time Nuanyang has been spotted and Zemo will suddenly simultaneously using the Fallen God to trying to join in and participate in.
Procs the mirror domain, 3 hits, and then Kiki sent back home. Kiki's screen goes black out of a sudden. I don't even think that he knew what just happened.
Vanished. The whole vision just went to dark mode again. See, Nuanyang level 14 versus average level will be 11 or 12 for Team Hong Kong China.
Zemo forces Nirvana to use his Purify. He's got a good angle. He's trying to use his passive, but it's not going to be enough for Xinling. Right now it's going to be a 1v1. Devil against Nuanyang. He's coming in, taking damage from the turret. He does not care because he's got the advantage, the items, and he is victorious.
He's gradually farming up in the super fast speed. He's picking up those very good skirmish happening in other lanes, and right now Nuanyang is the godlike everywhere, being a total nightmare towards every single member from the team Hong Kong China. And right now they're still waiting for the great moment to trying to get closer and get on the high ground. That might be the ending point of their purpose.
Armageddon with the flash comes in, sends Kiki back. Right now they're trying to put some pressure. Chelsea pokes the turret and it goes to half of its HP. Nuanyang taking control of the Dark Behemoth. And right now this might be one of the buffs that they need in order to take the turrets down.
Team Hong Kong China really need to fight back. But facing this kind of gap in the gold, it might seem mission impossible for me.
No, it might not happen. Devil's still trying to find the target. He's not able to it. Zemo pushed him down. That's gonna be Nuanyang, the one that's gonna send Kiki down. It's gonna be Nirvana, the only one hope that it's standing. The Canyons already coming in. Nirvana tries his best. Chelsea sends him back to the fountain. The crystal falls, and it's gonna be a 1-0 victory for Team China.
I think apart from the fact that this will be a perfect demonstration of how you can do the macro trying to become the winner of the game, it also shows how sophisticated Team China is as an entire group. Literally, I can honestly say that there's no mistake made from Team China. They're trying to speed up at every single second. They're cherishing the second they got. They're making a lot of things happen on each side of the map while making Team Hong Kong China very hard to break.
One of the things that I've been paying attention to during these 6 days that you can just see right now when you compare it to the way that Team China performed, right? A lot of the other teams are always kind of waiting in the bush, trying to ambush.
Yes.
They spend 5 to 10 seconds just trying to get vision. But for Team China right now, that never happens. Instead of just waiting and to ambush in the bush, They're always moving. They have always a timer on the resources. They know when the jungle is going to respawn. They know when the behemoth is going to respawn. They know and have control of not only their resources, but the other teams. So every single second, it's always money production, always gold production, items production. There's nothing you can do against a machine that is actually creating that gap.
I think like efficiency will be the key word. If we were to put a keyword onto this match, it's because like Team China, they really know how to maximize the advantages they got. And yeah, from the side of Team Hong Kong China, I think it's a hard time for them trying to find out where those opponents are lying, right? It's very hard for them trying to figure out what they can do, trying to stop the rhythm.
There's nothing you can do for them to stop, right? Unless that they want to stop on their own. There was nothing they could have tried. Devil multiple times comes in and he jumps in a good position. This one was a perfect one for him.
Yes.
And the problem is that they did not have the damage. Team China is just standing there, receiving the damage coming in from Devil, and no one was falling at all.
It's a complete showcase for Team China, trying to make sure that everything we got, we are like well prepared, we are ready for everything you got. And like for Team Hong Kong China, I think the last game, like the next one, game 2, they have to make quicker response to whatever is taking place actually like during the game. And yeah, that will be very hard for them trying to make clearer decisions, because like if you compare the game experiences, if you compare the past like achievements, there's a clear goal and clear gap between these two teams. And my suggestion is like for Team Hong Kong China, trying to pull up the best of you and trying to pick those most like confident hero you felt about.
Just start thinking about just like what would be the strongest composition that you could make based on your personal performances.
You know, one clear thing I think they can do better is that to change a different mage. I think Lumia is a very well-rounded mage, as I can admit, but if you are talking about the speed of cleaning those middle waves, how he can actually help the entire team get more vision, I think you can always switch to Kali.
Yeah, you can always switch to something different. The Audi Super 8 player of this match is going to be from Team China, Nuanyang, KDA of 8, 0, and 6.
Perfect performance.
What else can say? There is no other word. There are no more adjectives that you could use to describe his performance right now. Very well done from him and very well done from the whole Team China, right? We talked a lot about like Kiki's performance right at the beginning when we just saw the BP, because that Lumia pick was going to depend a lot. Just the victory or defeat was going to come a lot from there. And Team China knew that, and they immediately just completely just went for Kiki.
Yeah, I think like Team China will have some more surprises for us and to watch. And yeah, for Team Hong Kong China, I think they still have some time trying to figure out what will be a better thing to do during the draft. So we will take a short break before we get to game 2.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Yeah, the air I bounce, we're heading home. It's loud, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe is electric, new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to fighting the freedom in the sun. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new worlds to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it up. We'll explore the unknown and the truth we know. You can edit it now, you choose it all. It's contagious, you and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger. This singer era side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to fighting the freedom in the sun. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new worlds to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. Explore the unknown and the truth that we know. We're waking up, going forward together, fighting the freedom in the sun. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new worlds to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. We'll explore the unknown and the truth that we know. We're waking up.
This is Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. We are back for the second game between this matchup between Hong Kong, China and Team China.
I think we have several minutes for Team Hong Kong China, trying to round up with a better decision when it comes to what will be your picks, what will be your final composition. I think there's one here we really need to highlight is Guan Yu, right?
Yes.
Jai have perfect performance using this Guan Yu. So whether they're going to be offered by the option available for
Yes.
Guan Yu to pick is will be decided by the side of Team China.
And we were just talking in between games right now. We were just having that conversation that probably this is going to be the moment for Tsumo to actually just stand up and really carry the whole team
Yes.
from the side of Team China, right? Allow him to play a different warrior. Allow him to play a Mulan, for example. That would be something really nice to watch.
Now, what makes Team China really charming? It's about the whole team spirit, right? Everyone, every single player can stand out to be the superstars, to be the whole carries, like carry the entire team. So if you have some past experience watching their games, you'll be finding out that normally they'll be playing in a best of 5 or best of 7, and every single game they will be switching those cores to different positions.
And that's the beauty about the game, right? Like, if you are always dependent on one player for that player to just carry the team, it's very obvious how to really attack. How to restrict
your
and how to
performance.
limit their
Yes.
performances. So when you have a team like what Team China has right now, where any of the 5 players could actually transfer to become the core,
Yes.
how do you go to the BP about it?
Yeah.
And mostly when you're playing a best of 3. It's not even that you can just completely ban to a best of 5 or a best of 7. It's a best of 3. There's not much that you can do in terms of BP, right?
You know, as to like multi-core, they can even use the support trying to be the carry for the team. Like normally, if like Xin Yu uses Dong Huang or a Gui Guzi, he will be the shot caller for the entire game. He's initiating all the time and constantly creating those huge problems to the opponents. That it's a very common thing from Team China to do.
It is very common to do. But that would say like, okay, what we're gonna do is just to go and just start fighting. And that might not be what they're doing. Like in the first 3 games that we've seen from Team China today, in none of them they have had a composition that would be a fighting composition, like only fighters. Just get a support that can be very aggressive and then just finish the game in less than 7-8 minutes. They did not have even that. You think that they might just be thinking about bringing that for their last performance?
I'm not so sure.
No, I
There's
don't think
a
so,
lot of
actually.
variety. There's a lot of diversity to them to choose, I would say. But on the other hand, I was kind of worried because the Guan Yu pick might not be there.
It might not. We know that from what we've seen from Team China in these previous 3 games, they do not want Dacia to be part of the mix. So that's going to be one ban that is gone, that is away. Probably Guan Yu might be in the 2nd or the 3rd ban from Team China.
If like Team China decide we do not want to deal with those problems caused by Daqiao and Guan Yu, they will just simply put it on the bans place right now, and there's a substitution for the side of Team China where Liu Yang is being substituted with Hua Juan, and another substitution for Team Hong Kong China.
For Team
so
Hong Kong
another
China,
change into support.
Why is going to come back? Like YZ is going to come back, and then we're going to give Qinling a little bit of a rest. On this side, it's going to be Liu Lang that's going to sub Hua Juan.
I really admire this kind of substitution strategy from Team Hong Kong China because they use this kind of strategy to actually win the match too, right? So I think that by changing the support, they're changing the whole atmosphere, they're changing the whole gaming style for this particular team.
And I'm going to tell you something just from a coach standpoint. Giving everyone the opportunity just to face this quality of players, it is going to be a learning experience.
Of course.
So why to give the experience to only one of them? Let's give the experience to everyone, right? Let's just give everyone just an opportunity to learn, because this is just a warm-up. The real goal comes up in a couple months from now.
September. All right, let's see the B piece right there, and Team China will be staying on the blue side, while Team Hong Kong China will be staying on a countering side, red side.
Team Hong Kong China just learned their lesson.
Learned their lesson.
Just
Lesson learned.
No more Jing, no more Lam. That's not going to be available. They need to take that Dacia away, because if they allow it for Team China, that might be game over.
And sadly for Team Hong Kong China, this Guan Yu pick is not there, is not available anymore. And Raz will be taken out of picture from the side of Team Hong Kong China as well. They are so done with those assassins.
No more assassins, please. Allow us a little bit room to breathe and to walk around.
But you know, there's one assassin left missing out, available for Team China to choose, like Quick Knock. You can always
Shang
use that.
Guanghua.
Oh, Daqiao also available. Yeah, we're kind of ignoring this fact.
Tachio.
Cool.
So,
Cool play.
Kenyon, you are a master in this whole Tachio strat. What are the features of this Tachio strategy? What is it that people are so scared about, because we haven't seen Tachio that much during these last 6 days?
Yes. Like Dachao is a very special hero, I would say, use the special term, because he can use the teleportation all the time. So the whole mechanism is that the second ability from Dachao will be offering a teleportation at anywhere, at any time.
Yes.
So as long as you will have this ability, you'll be able to transfer your teammates from back to the base and to the front line. This is the magical working, right? So I think that for Team China, they really want to switch the core to Xingyu, as we just talked about. If you use Da Chao in this composition, the one core will be Da Chao. How he actually manipulates, how he actually controls all the rhythm in the game.
And you can see from the picks from Team Hong Kong China,
very determined.
The one thing that you need to do in order to try to slow down this whole Tachia strat.
Yes.
Number 1, burst damage. Number 2, heroes that can push their opponents out of that TP tunnel.
Yes.
If you push them away of the TP tunnel, if you use burst damage, because the TP tunnel is going to have a little lag, right? It's not like it just immediately just teletransport you back. No, it's going to have a little lag that you could use to either push them out of it, or you could use burst damage to just send them back to base.
I think the composition that Team Hong Kong formed Hong Kong China formed are really great. They use the advantages of staying on the red side, where they can use those knock-in backs, those bursting damage they needed, trying to stop those teleportation going on.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Right now, it's going to be completely different game. When you have this Tachia strategy, you want to be moving from top to bottom, from bottom to mid. And the thing is that with the TP tunnel, it has zero cost. It is just so fast that it's going to be a game of the cat and the mouse, just one chasing the other.
Yes.
How do you reply back to that?
And those AOEs, right? Those long-range attack abilities from the back lines.
All right.
Team China.
This is going to be our second game of this matchup. It's going to be Team China on the blue side and Team Hong Kong China on the red. Let's wait and see. If Team China wins this, that's going to be it, and it's going to be the end of our tournament.
Team Hong Kong China really tries. This composition is really good. They have the bursting damage they need. They have enough ability trying to knock back the enemies and trying to create those problems towards the teleportation. And even Thane, a very good pick, especially when you're dealing the fact that your opponent is getting Dachao.
And Thane is such an OP meta pick for this patch as well, right? So let's wait and see what Jai can do. He's going to come in. He's going to find 3 members from Team China just waiting for him in the bush. Flashes away and takes that first aid hit.
But the passive has been active again, so he needs to wait for quite a long time, trying to wait for this passive to be able to release again. Let's see where Angela goes.
Very important there. Purify is going to keep seeing you there. Wise trying, but not being effective enough. At least the Purify was spent.
Yeah, like some combos might be expected by Angela and Guiguzi, right? When Guiguzi uses a second ability trying to pull back the enemies, and like soon Angela's skills need to be followed so that the bursting damage will be maximized. Let's see. First takedown.
Surrounded by 3 different members from Team China.
I think a rotation from Nuanyang will be quite unpredictable to the side of Team Hong Kong China, because they're hiding vision all the time, so you have no idea what Nuanyang will be appearing on the map.
And now he's coming in, and he has his eyes put on the resources coming in from the red buff area.
I think it's getting started. Those squaring up farming situation running again.
Yeah, and look, and they do not make the rotation to come and put some more pressure on Jai. What he does is just completely, really nicely, very smart, cleans the opponent's jungle, and then he goes and cleans his own, collects all the resources he needs.
It has been 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We see no initiation done by the side of Hong Kong China. I think like Team Hong Kong China really need to fight more. They have those combos waiting to be pulled off. But using the ultimate unduly build will be offering Nguyen those sense of immunity so that he cannot be pulled back.
The red buff is going to be spawned.
Oh, good
Jai
one.
coming in with YS. The combo chain comes in and it's going to be the first takedown. The first damage comes in. It's going to be a 1-to-1 trade. Now it's going to be Zemo, the one that comes in. Chelsea procs his ult, dealing damage with the flash. He's going to have his target of one more. Chelsea taking extremely low, but Devil doesn't have enough damage to take him down. It's going to be a 3-to-1 trade for Team China.
You know, even though Dachao went down quite soon in the beginning of the team fight, but he magically used the ultimate trying to teleport this Huang Zhong up front. So Huang Zhong landing safe enough to deal the maximum damage he has with the ultimate, and once he sends a little slight of the danger, he used the flash to dodge away, find another perfect spot to do those continuous damage to their opponents. Look at the position of Chelsea dealing those damage all the time from the beginning to the end.
Understanding the patch really well, right? Because Huang Zhong in this patch is going to come in, and as he's going to proc his ultimate, it's going to be multiple cannons that he can be activated, regardless of his level.
Yeah, this is playing for Team China. Even though they can accept the truth that they're losing a bit initially, but they're always trying to find something in return, making it a more fair trade for their side.
Rotation to mid lane. They come. They're going to try to put a lot more pressure on Nirvana. Three main are going to try to surround, forcing Nirvana to go back, and it's going to have to let that farming lane turret go.
But I really like the initiation just now from Team Hong Kong China.
Yay!
Yeah, those combos are there.
Jai Stain pushes in, and then YS comes in with the second ability, and
With
he
a
locks.
flash, yes.
And he locks three people.
All right, Nguyen has been surrounded, but at this time of the game, he'll be extremely tanky.
That's going to be Devil, the one that is going to claim that Overlord. Zemo jumps in and is going to lock into one more 2-0 trade for Team China. Look at Dane. He needs to run away right now. Lock back. Jai taking extremely low. The TP is going to send Zemo back to base.
What's really new about this strategy is that this Huang Zhong is being called up to the front line all the time, like sooner than we expected. We expect to see those farming up in the bottom side, but something happened right now.
Nguyen that is able to do the 1-to-1 trade. He was stunned in, and then the Blazing Blizzard was just enough damage. Devil trying to use these abilities, but he's going to be locked down by Zemo. 2-1 trade for Team China one more time.
You know, the second they want to initiate Team China, suddenly like just melted down those backlines, right? Kiki has been vanished from the map again. As Angela can just simply stand there trying to protect the turrets. Very hard to do this.
Very difficult. Very, very, very hard. YS comes in.
Oh, Chelsea is
being
slow down.
Taken down. A lot of different abilities
very
being
decisive.
delivered by Team Hong Kong China. You could already feel that it was personal, right?
You have to get Chelsea away from the fact that he is doing constantly damage to the turrets, right? You need your first turret in the middle lane, trying to offer you extra vision so that Angela can stay safe enough under the turrets. You really need to defend your own turrets. The Team Hong Kong China did a great job.
Wait and see that mid lane turret is going to fall. Right now it's going to be one more opportunity trying to start on Nguyen. He's going to use his Unruly Blade. He's going to take one down. YS is going to fall. Devil against Nguyen on 1v1, but he does not have the level
Invincible warrior.
advantage. He needs to proc his ulti to get out of there. Now Nirvana being posed once, twice, and then it's going to fall. One more takedown.
CC chains using the ultimate unruling blade stunned Nirvana right there, and be soon leading with no time slot be followed by Chelsea's ultimate. Those AoE damage. Chelsea must be feeling extra confident about the damage he will possibly have and deal on the back line.
Surrounded by 4, runs in the bush, launched on air, tries to come back, send him back home.
At this kind of position, it's quite hopeless for Devil trying to escape.
Yeah. He just stepped in a little bit too deep, right? Like he wanted just to clean the way. But the vision on the minimap, like Team China is not allowing any information. he didn't even know where the members from Team China were. One more time. Liulang rocks his ult, poking and demolishing YS. Nirvana trying to use the parasol to run around 180 degrees, but is still being chased and found by Team China.
Nirvana wants to hunt in from the behind, but unfortunately it's being spotted. Kiki is being targeted, and Nuanyang is becoming invisible all the time using teleportation, even though that Nuanyang is really low in the HP, but he can always go back to the base. Having the HP restored by this design of Daqiao. This is what we call Daqiao, right?
That's
so
the
hard
strat.
to defeat.
That's the strat. The problem is that sometimes when you are being taken extremely low, it takes you time just to move back to base, recover HP, and then just come back. With this Daqiao, 3 seconds, and then you're back in. 100 HP in the same place. Too fast a pace. YS locked down. It's going to be Nirvana, the one that's going to try to force Zemo back.
You know, the synergy, those collaboration for Team China is so perfect. You can see that as long as the second that Zemo lands on the binding on any opponent, those damage will be soonly followed up by any other teammates.
Zemo taking extremely low. He receives a lot of damage. It's going to be Nirvana, the one who's going to fall. Devil is going to follow him. And right now it's going to be only 3 members from Team Hong Kong China trying to stop this Team China that still has a ballista coming in from the top lane.
Nuanyang is going very deeply to the backhand, trying to restrict and getting one more takedown for Team China. And Jaija is taken away one more time. Let's see, the waves are lying there waiting to get to the crystal.
It's going to be one ballista, the one that is going to take this home. Team China is going to take the victory. A 2-0 victory against Team Hong Kong China.
9 minutes and 35 seconds will be needed for Team China trying to pull off a perfect plan and perfect strategy when using this Daqiao. I will say that this will be the support core that we mentioned before.
Sometimes you just need to let your support just take the spotlight, and that's it. They might just never get a lot of takedowns. They might not be the ones that we're always talking about. But whenever that you allow them an opportunity just to show their skills, you need to respect the fact that they're professionals at what they do.
Yes. I mean, for Team Hong Kong China, I think the building of the competition, the draft is really good, but they just need like more time trying to find out what they can actually do using this kind of composition. The CC change should be needed, you know.
No. And again, like when you're thinking about trying to counter a Daqiao strategy, it is very difficult. You might have the hero choices, but if you do not have the mechanics in there at the right moment, in the moment that you allow them a little advantage, they can snowball so quickly that this match did not even make it to the 10 minutes mark.
With this kind of opponent, I would say a very minor mistake might result in a defeat. You know, you never want to show your weakness towards Team China because they're going to be grabbing it and they'll be extending those differences when it comes to gold, when it comes to team fights, when it comes to the total control and the vision of the map. And this is what like the professional teams are doing right now, right? So yeah, I think for Team Hong Kong China, they still have a long way and long time to trying to prepare. Yeah, in the September, so I think they can just learn a lot of strategies.
They do have a lot of time. They did have the good strat. Like if you see these highlights,
really great.
There were some really good moments.
Yes.
The problem is that when you do not have the gold, your damage is not there. You're supposed to use that Angela just to be able to use your second ability, to use your third ability, and then immediately just finish 1 or 2 players from the other team. But it just never happened. Sometimes Angela would use the ultimate against Nuanyang, and Nuanyang would just immediately just counter back.
Yes.
Disregard, having 0 regards about the damage being dealt to him.
Yeah, there's one way for us trying to differentiate and categorize those initiation into different levels, right? I think the best level of initiation is that your backlines can just easily follow up.
Yeah, of course.
It's not a very difficult thing for the frontline to do the initiation onto whatever tank they saw, whatever the backline they saw. But you always have to pay attention to where your archer stays, where your mages are. That will be
archer must stay on. If your archer falls, there is no way that Team Hong Kong China could have protected those
Yes.
turrets without Nirvana still being online. When Nirvana was not online, then the turrets started falling one after the other.
And what's so crazy for this game is that the tank, the jungler Nuanyang, actually deals the most damage to the opponent. That's crazy.
Look at the KDA 9-1 and 10. Team China's Nuanyang, our Audi Super A player of this match.
9-1-10 for the KDA and really high, like killing percentage for 90% and dealt, wow, almost 30% for the team. Crazy.
Scary. Very, very scary.
I would say this will be an even better data comparing the one he got with the Jing.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Crazy.
Of course. With the Jing, it was just so much burst damage coming in. But in this one, it's just so visually appealing just to see that people are trying to take him down and his HP bar does not even move. And that's it. Use the passive, recovers back, jumps in, and goes down.
You know, the last team fight, because they have only one cannon available, and that cannon is really low in HP. So I think that the rest of the team just decided to retreat by waiting for the next round of wave, but it will be Nuanyang who said that, yeah, I think we can do this. I can shoulder up and just wait for the cannon and we can do this. Get the crystal and done.
Let's wait and see what they are going to tell us in this after-match interview. Jaco is already there, and let's get this going.
All right, thank you, guys. Welcome to the interview. I'm your host, Jacko, and now we have the AD carry from Team China, 乔西。大家好，欢迎来到采访席，我是嘉豪。现在站在我旁边是来自于中国代表队的发育路选手乔西，来跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是中国代表队发育路选手乔西。
你好 ，Welcome. Congratulations for 2-0 winning this game, and both two games Team China have shown the repressive power of that. So, what do you think of the communication state of your team in this matter？ 就是说，首先恭喜啊，就是中国代表队2-0赢下了本场的一个比赛。然后今天你们也是展示了压倒性的一个实力。那么你们目前对于这整一个版本当中，你们队伍的磨合状态感觉如何呢？
感觉还是一种需要持续进步的状态吧。
Need to improve and keep going, and need some time to improve it. Okay, the second question is now the Team China had already become the top ranked team of the East Asia region right now. So, do you satisfy of your performance today? 就现在中国代表队已经成为了在东亚赛区的排名第1的队伍。目前今天的表现，你自己觉得怎么样的？满意吗？
感觉打得一般吧，就是失误比较多。
He made a lot of mistake of today, and he need to improve and have a lot of room to improve himself. So after you have been through this tournament, is there any point of you need to solve or need to improve？ 就是在经历过这次的亚运会争夺比赛之后呢，你觉得在哪个点上你是想要去提升的，或者说哪些问题需要去解决的？
就觉得自己失误比较多吧，是。
Okay, the same question and the same answer is the mistake. A lot of mistakes in the game, so he needs some time. Maybe next game he will just be cautious of that. Okay, thank you for the interview. 感谢乔西接受我的采访。Let's take a break. 我们回到解说席。Let's go back to the caster.
And I love the humbleness from Chelsea, though.
It's important.
Yes.
It is important when you get to a certain level, right? Like you start learning about just how the value and the importance of just being humble. It grounds you down. Whenever that you already are competing at the top level and then you're always facing top players every single day and you start winning and gaining confidence, there's nothing to prove.
And this one way to get better every single day is because you are setting up those very high standards for you, trying to improve. I think this is a very clear way to become better as an esports player and as a better person.
Of course, we understand that Xiaoxi is one of the top archers in our game. That is for sure. That's something that is not debatable. Like his performance during these 2 games and his performance in what we've known from his career, it is top level.
And after 3 amazing matchups, I'm so sorry to say this, but it will be the very last matchup for the entire tournament. And here we go. You can see the ranking boards from the East Asia regional groups. And here we go. We're going to officially announce the top ranked team for the group. Congratulations for Team China, and I think we are ready for the ceremony.
Good evening, welcome to the award ceremony. I'm your host, Jacko. First of all, congratulations to the Team China on becoming the East Asia top-ranked team. Next, the Audi Super A Honor Ring will be awarded, which will belong to the player who had the most brilliant performance in East Asia region. Let's check the video. Congratulations, Nuanyang from Team China. Let's invite the Chief Operating Officer of Asian Electronic Sport Federation, Mr. Steph Kim, to present the awards. Please present the Audi Super A Honor Ring. Let's take a photo together for this moment. Thank you, Mrs. Steph Kim. Please take a seat. So, what does this award mean to you? 暖阳，这个拿到这个奖项对你来说是意味着什么呢？
就意味着自己的努力得到了回报吧。
All of it means all the efforts finally get paid right now. What have you learned from this tournament? 在这次的亚运会征途当中，你学到了什么？
学到了什么吗？就其实是，坚持努力。
Keep going, never stop. Okay. So the next question is that the next station will be the Asian Games next September. Any word to your teammates? 就下一站的话，你们即将也需要征战这个亚运会了啊！有什么话想要去对你的队友们说呢？
就希望大家好好加油，然后拿下金牌。
Okay, hopefully we can just fight together and get the gold medal. Okay, thank you for the interview. 感谢暖阳接受我的采访。Congratulations to the Team China again. 再次恭喜中国代表队。Let's go back to the caster. 让我们一起回到解说席。
Yeah, very clear purpose, right?
A man with a goal.
Yes.
And the goal is golden. It's going to be that gold medal in the coming Asian Games in Hangzhou in September.
Because the reason why we have this kind of RDAG tournament is because we're preparing for the seeding for draw, right? So the result of the competition will hugely determine the seeding for draw into the 19th Asian Games. Super important, and thank you guys one more time to going through 6 days of amazing competition with us. And here we go, we're going to see the standing for 4 games.
From South and West Asia, Team Jordan took the first position. And from Southeast Asia, it came down to that last game between Team Malaysia and Team Myanmar. Just to see that Team Malaysia was going to take that little advantage that they needed.
Yeah, and for Central Asia Regional Group, we have Team Kazakhstan leading on the board. And for the group's East Asia region, we have Team China becoming the very first prize, representing the whole group.
I would say that all the different regional groups, they were very close to each other, right? In terms of level, you had some very close matchups that just showed you that in the next 2 months, they only have a couple months' time just to improve, to polish things, so they can really perform at their best in this upcoming challenge.
I have to be honest, like after casting and watch so many plays and so many matchups, I was raising up my expectations, right? Actually, towards the 19th Asian Games, I really want to see more things going on. And one good news is that they still have a long time trying to prepare for the game.
This is going to be our last day of competition. So I would love to remind you that this competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV. Let's say thank you to our prestige sponsor, Audi Q4 e-tron strong support to the RDAG tournament. And special thanks to iQOO 11, the official mobile game equipment of the RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory. Embrace the thrill of control.
Thank you to official supporter Omen, New Omen 16 New Journey to Road to Asian Games 2022. Thank you to official supporter Out of All M6, the official gaming chair partner of Road to Asian Games. Be your own hero. Thank you to official supporter East Rock for their support. At the same time, we'd also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Video, channels Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for their support.
I would always want to say thanks not only to all of those our sponsors, but thanks to everyone watching us every single day, chasing, coming in since day 1 all the way until day 6. Thank you very much, because without you, we would have no chance to bring all of these amazing expectations. This has been Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. This is the end of it. I'm your caster, Isaac Peña.
I'm Taemin Gao. See you in the future.
Have a good night.
The air I bounce, we hailing ho. It's loud, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home.